All right, we are live. Buenos dias, everybody. How loud is that music? It's not too bad. Probably turn it down a little bit more, though. To about 25. There we go. That's better. Just kind of want it in the background there. We're going to see if this little chat... Hey, what's up, Dank? We're going to see if this little chat overlay is actually going to do its job. Or if I need to, like, actually have it open. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Oh, there we go. Oh, that is so small. Oh my god, hold on. Let me fix that. Yeah, that is, like, way too small. That sucks. Doo-doo. Overlays. This one. Yeah, can we, like... Hold up. Can we turn up the text size to, like... I don't know, 15? What would that do? See, that was kind of the issue, is it doesn't actually give me a preview of what this is going to look like. Let's also kill that. So I think that's making it worse. Just change the font to something not so condensed. Well, good lord, man. How am I supposed to know how big that text is if it's not... Okay, we're just going to save. And of course that's going to clear chat, because that's what it does. You redo the overlay. Okay, somebody, we're doing live testing. I'm gonna say shrimp test, and I can just adjust it from there. That's a little bit big. Why does the text look so bad, though? Okay, yeah, that looks awful. Never mind. That looks slightly better. What about, like... That font looks pretty good. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, man, I've been a VTuber. I'm trying to fix this. Is there like a text opacity that's making it look so bad? It's like really transparent. Okay, let me save. Of course, that's gonna wipe it because it does that for some reason. Let me just like bring this up to... What, 75? That's probably better. But now the text is too big. Like, way too big. Oh, it is real scuff hours. Okay, let's bring the text down to... That's too small. 17? No. 20. 19. 18. And I do want it left orientation, but I want it to be not so like, hold up. The text is like right up against the edge of it, and I want it to be a little bit not like that. What's this? Can we not literally just scooch it over a little bit? Like, really? Stream Elements, this is the best you can do? So it doesn't look so chaotic. Wow, there's literally no way to... Cool. What exactly does that change? Oh, that's awful. All right, it's apparently just gonna look... Oh, you know what? I can probably bring this down like here. Reduce the font size to like 16. 16.5. Okay, and then what if I just add a layer? We just go with like... Can I just get a box? No, I can't. Cool, so I guess it's just gonna look ugly. Fair enough, I guess. Nice, good to know. And chat's also getting cut off. So let me shrink that up a little bit. I did test this yesterday and it looked fine, so just for the record. And save. Okay, cool. There we go. That's gonna be good enough. We're just gonna have to deal with it. I can figure that out later. Anyways, getting caught up on the chat that I have missed. Lethal Company, when? I would honestly, if I was not advertising this, I really don't want to watch this interview. You know what? It's still early. I could probably just like pivot to Lethal Company. I'm heavily considering doing a video on Lethal Company for two reasons. One, Ragnarok video is just taking forever to produce because issues, basically. I moved my entire setup out of the closet because it was just not working and I wanted my closet back, and now I'm realizing I have to record in the closet and basically have to like have a second smaller setup in there. So I think I would probably be okay with just doing a small video on Lethal Company and pushing the Ragnarok video back like a month to give me some more time. Like work on both at the same time so I'm not doing nothing, but still. Also, I'm gonna recalibrate my model because it's kind of wigging out here. There we go, that's better. So if you guys want to see Lethal Company, I will play Lethal Company. I would much rather do that right now than do the interview. I only did the interview out of like obligation. Oh, you guys could see that. Oh, that's no bueno. Your uncle is finally out of the hospital. He's still on long road to full recovery, but he's at least discharged. Your sister is finally moving into her new apartment and getting Persona 3 reloaded on Tuesday. Nice. I'm glad to hear things are going better. Disco Elysium Shrimp, where's the IMAX format? Does it still have this freaking thing open? Like, good lord, get a life. Cancel. It's real scuffed streaming hours, apparently. So anyways, let's poll it, because I obviously can't make decisions by myself. What shall we do, chat? Lethal Company. Boom. We're gonna poll it. We're gonna let chat speak. Tracking, or are you stalking? No, that's just like the face tracking on it. Good thing it doesn't actually like show my camera. I would have just doxed my entire face. Yeah, this chat overlay sucks. I hate it. I can't. It didn't even change the font like it was supposed to. I might have to actually like fully relink it. Oh, good lord. What did I do? There we go. There we go. Interviews at 100%, y'all suck. The chat overlay is like how you guys can see chat on screen right now. The text is like way too close to the edge of it, and that bothers me. Okay, so we're split 75% interviews. You know what? Let me just change the title to like, let me just change the title real quick to, I mean, I can keep it Ragnarok Workstream. It's just, I'll change it if we have to. Actually, I'll just do Sunday stream. Stream, deciding what to do. Because I was all for the interviews when I was thinking about it yesterday, but I woke up today, I was like, yeah, nah. Which interviews would we? It'd be the same one that we didn't finish last time with Matt Sophos and Richard Galbert, or Galbert, however you say his last name. But I have been on that Lethal Company fix lately, and it's kind of hard to get off it. What would we do in Lethal Company? I would be playing solo, and I'd be trying to kill all the monsters without dying, and I would fail miserably while trying to get that sweet, sweet quota. That's the thing, we did 1.5 times last time, and it was like too fast for everybody. Because, I mean, ideally what I'm going to do is whenever I'm done with that one interview, I am probably just going to switch to Lethal Company anyways. So, I'm going to give it like 3 more minutes, and then I'll pull the plug. It's probably looking like we're going to finish the interview. Why is my shrimp like closing his eyes, dog? Hang on. It's like, calibrate. Okay, so whenever I look over this way, whenever I look down, let me just like adjust the camera. That might help. Lift it up a little bit. There we go. No, that doesn't work. Ah, nothing is working today. Okay, let's try it now. Hopefully that's better. Your shrimp model made me Google that fish don't sleep with their eyes closed. Hey, what's up, cameraman? Rocksteady should have made a Nightwing game that explores Nightwing's perspective of the events of Batman's death. Yeah, Rocksteady should have just made anything except what they made. Or if they were going to make a Suicide Squad game, they should have made it, like, to the strength of the actual people involved, not just what it is. I wonder if, like, my boom arm is getting in the way, and that's why it's being so weird. I don't know, dog. I just work here. This ain't a regular shrimp. Of course it's not a regular shrimp. I'm just trying to get it to, like, freaking work. It was working last night. Scooch the camera over to, like, right here. That should make it a little better. So it's more, like, in front of my face. As you can see, I'm struggling today. Anyways, yeah, thing about Lethal Company is I've actually been watching a lot of videos. There's this channel called Bread. I think it's literally just Bread. And he basically breaks down the mechanics behind Lethal Company, like the monsters, the spawn rates, their AI. It's actually really, really interesting. And it's just encouraging me. Yeah, dude's name is literally just Bread. It's really encouraging me to actually sit down and do a video on it. You do like how the cutscenes look from the Suicide Squad game, like they're really well made with mocap. I mean, yeah, but it's like that's all it's got going for it. Ooh, message retracted. Don't worry, Dank, just because you retracted your message doesn't mean it's not on screen. I should probably fix that. Yeah, I need to find a better overlay. This one sucks. That's the thing, like, mocap technology has come so far that it's like you should expect it to be good. But the game itself doesn't seem to have anything else going for it, especially, I watched G-Man's video on it, and the section about visual clutter was like, it just looks so awful. They really didn't, it's like they made a Suicide Squad game, but they made all the characters basically identical, except for their traversal. Alright, looks like interviews win. There we go. I must be really confusing everybody with my constant name changes. It's like, sorry. Alright, and I'm going to go ahead and do myself a favor, and I'm going to disable the chat overlay, because it is just not... It is just bothering me. I will work on that. I have not... I saw there was a Death Stranding 2 trailer. I didn't actually see the trailer, though. Honestly, I might be able... Okay, I have an idea. What if I, like... What if I do this? Let me switch to the other... Well, I can't play with both. What would this look like? Okay, now what if we go... 1080 by 1920. Make it horizontal. Let's just shrink it down. Bring it up here. About that big. What does that look like? A little bit better, but what if we... Gotta bring it out a little bit more. I don't want it to take up that much of the screen, though. I'm just gonna play around with it. You guys are just gonna see some behind-the-scenes tech work. Oh, that looks terrible. Boy, howdy, that looks terrible. Never mind. We're just gonna get rid of that. Hey, what's up, KK? It would have been cool to play in an open world Bloodhaven using Nightwing's wingsuit from the animated series and motorcycle instead of the Batmobile. Yeah, but like I said, that would come down to like Rocksteady literally making anything except what they made. Also, the Rocksteady that made Suicide Squad is not the same Rocksteady that made the Arkham games. There's just too much staff is left. Oh, what's this? All right, so what we're gonna do is I'm going to have to minimize OBS so I can pull this interview up. So I guess Shrimp's just gonna keep his freaking eyes closed like all day today, because it doesn't seem to want to do anything else. Just consider it commentary for how tired I am today. Where's my Ragnarok reviews, interviews? Here we go. All right. Now, does anyone actually remember how far we were into this interview? Because I do not. Like, at all. Yeah, I agree. I think Rocksteady, as we know them, they've just gone the way of the Arcane and every other studio that isn't who they initially were when they started. Why does the game have 85% on Steam? Probably because it's really flashy. I don't know if... I mean, I've seen very few people in the discourse actually say that they like the game. Apparently it's really well put together. It's got really good like gunplay and shooting mechanics, and the biggest complaint I've heard is the fact that it's like, I would assume the people who like it are divorced of the people who liked Rocksteady's Arkham games, and the people who don't like it did like those Arkham games. They talked about Kratos getting killed in the rough draft, and then I left the video there. Okay, I can find that on the I can find, because they chaptered the actual video. Right, so we were talking about, I think we were talking about Odin. Because we got to the point where he was saying how like Odin has to be like appealing to Atreus. So I'm just gonna skip to about 16 and a half minutes. All right. As usual, I am just gonna chill for like the first little bit though. Oh, I can actually pull up the stream chat on my overlay. Why did I not do this before? Docs, stream chat. Chat is disabled for this live stream. It shouldn't be. Let's refresh. That's dumb. First review says they are deleting reviews. Ah. Is that allowed? I feel like that's not allowed on Steam. I feel like they can't just go delete reviews. You know, some people just like Suicide Squad because of the characters. I mean, some of the characters are interesting. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't hate the concept. I just feel like the game would have been a lot better if they would have actually played to the strengths of the characters instead of just making everybody like pretty much play identically. There are over 7K plus reviews as of 3/2/24. They and it's down to 1.7K. I feel like they're gonna have to prove that, because anyone can say that. Because I don't think Steam allows you to just blanket delete reviews. Unless unless Steam is trying to combat like review bombing, in which case I see that as a net positive. Because there is too much of that going on. And this is absolutely the type of game that would get review bombed. Alright, so what I'm going to do real quick is run and use the restroom, and then come back and chat. if I sound a little bit like out of it or scatterbrained, yeah, I'm like really tired. Just this week in general has been exhausting for some reason. I think it's I blame everything on the weather, but I think it's literally because it's like we had a period of about 3 or 4 days straight where there was like it looked like we were living in Silent Hill. It was dark and foggy, and I did not see the sun until like Friday. So I think that kind of just took the wind out of everybody I work with. So I'm basically living off of caffeine right now. And then we got the sun for about 2 days, and now it's back to like cloudy. So nobody I know has any energy right now. Anyways, on that note, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. You would take a different studio to make a superhero game in the same universe. Static Shock game made by Sucker Punch that takes place in the Arkhamverse. That's the thing, though, is I just don't see why, and a lot of other people don't see why it had to be an Arkhamverse game when it makes more sense not to be. Like, I really don't understand their logic going into that. And yeah, like so for context regarding what Robert's saying, I haven't actually played the game, so I'm getting all my information secondhand, which is why I'm basically only sourcing like G-Man's video, because I feel like he was actually very fair to the game in that video. He didn't just trash on it. He didn't rant for like 10-15 minutes straight about a lot of the narrative issues. He was actually really fair to it. And he did say it's fun to play, but he basically said, like, this game will cause seizures for at least one person with how many flashes there are. Oh, we're about to run an ad. We're going to skip that. You wish for Invincible future seasons. They don't change Mark's arc later on just for that reason. Gotcha. All right, well, I guess the sooner we get through this interview, the sooner I can actually play Lethal Company. So I might have an addiction to this game. All the more reason for me to actually like just dedicate like a little bit of time every evening to recording and playing it. And Lethal Company has so to kind of explain what kind of, other than the fact that the game is just fun, the mechanics have a similar level of depth as the mechanics in Rain World, where something as simple as like enemy spawns has a lot of different systems going into it, and I just think it would be like really interesting to talk about. Like I was gonna show off that dude. Bread's channel. This guy started his channel. When was his first video? He is a Lethal Company channel, I'm pretty sure. No, surprisingly not. He actually had, he actually started off on GTFO. That's interesting. He's basically being typecast as like a Lethal Company channel, though. He's got about 5,000 subscribers, and he basically just does like mechanical breakdowns of like all the different enemies and all the spawns, how to deal with them, how you can actually kill them and stuff like that. And it's just really interesting. So makes me want to no, Lethal Company does not have microtransactions. So the last Batman movie worked specifically because it was removed from the rest, which is why I hope people focus on Arkham likes in the way. See, that's the thing. I didn't like the Batman. Like, I watched it within the last few weeks, and I did not like it. Despite being a fan of, like, psychological thrillers and, like, detective stories, I did not like it. This might be a hot take, but I think Quicksilver would work better in a video game than the Flash because Quicksilver isn't as OP. I would not know. Did you tell me you were going live and I just forgot? No, I think I just forgot to tell you. Listen, man, we're the Brain Dead Association today, okay? Lethal Company is very fun, but I'm curious about... Oh, someone hit send too soon. RIP. I've done that so many times. Dang, you don't like Robert Pattinson? No, that's the thing. Robert Pattinson wasn't the issue with the movie. I just did not like the movie itself. Do you think the Batman is bad is the main question. I wouldn't... I would say it's mid. That's how I would just describe it as mid. Like, it was so hyped up whenever it first came out, and everybody was, like, really crazy about it for some reason, but it's just straight mid. You're curious about these interviews. Yeah... I don't know why I'm dreading these interviews so much. I just am. Which is stupid because I'm the one who decided to do this today. I could have just as easily been like, I'm just not going to do it. But I wanted to get through it because I feel like there is going to be something interesting in here somewhere. It's just... I think having my life fixated on Ragnarok for the last few months is getting me a little burnt out, even though I have to get through it. So that's probably why. I wouldn't have blown up your text if I'd known you were alive. No, you're fine. I saw you texting me. I meant to actually read them. I know you're talking about your commission thingy. Yeah, so what I would do is I would block the text of your script into each panel. That way, and then that way you can just easily, like, number them and count the blocks. That's what I would do. I know you didn't ask, but that's what I would do. The Riddler live streaming was peak Batman movie. I honestly thought that was a meme. I didn't even know it was real. Thank you for the tips on detonators. If you don't mind me asking, why didn't you like it? I saw someone tweet the other day about how, like, no one has made any valid, like, complaints about the movie. And I would just say that... it just felt a little boring. Honestly, like, I understand that they wanted to make it a detective story instead of, like, an action story. But it felt very, it just felt very bland all around. Like, it didn't seem like there was a lot going on. And it's funny because I watched it like just a month or two ago and I'm already like struggling to remember the events of the story just because it just did not like keep my attention. It did not feel like there was very much going on. I didn't feel like the actual investigation was very interesting. like the actual detective elements, they didn't actually seem... I wasn't like on the edge of my seat, like trying to rack my brain around what was going on, which I kind of feel like some better detective stories, like The Recruit, for example, I do remember being like that with, because it's actually like, there doesn't have to be an explosion on screen every 5 seconds to keep my attention, but there does have to be like a, I'm struggling to think of the words to actually like communicate what I'm thinking, but there does have to be a level of intrigue with the actual investigation, which I felt like was lacking. If you want to play something and abandon the interviews yet again, let me know. I will probably be playing some Lethal Company later, if you want to join, but I do have to get through these interviews. I did a poll. I lost a poll to chat. Gwen's trying to seduce you to play Lethal Company. It does not take much. It's such a fun game. The Batman movie compared to the DCU this year, Aquaman 2 and The Flash, is like... Well, yeah, but I mean... anything compared to, like, DC's cinematic universe is Shakespeare. You didn't find it boring because, for me at least, it felt like watching a comic book on the big screen, and that could be the appeal that I just kind of didn't get. One of your coworkers bought you Lethal Company, but then switched departments and is even busier, so now I don't have anyone to play with. Yeah, that's unfortunate, dude. Lethal Company is definitely best played with friends, but the solo experience is a downright horror experience, too. I wonder if quota is lower if you're solo, too. I need to look into that. Like, does quota increase with the number of people in the party? I feel like it should, because you have more bodies. Also, I was going to take notes on this interview, but I think I'm just going to not. Because I booted up Obsidian to start like practicing note-taking and start transferring some of my Gothic notes into Obsidian. And I am not used to... I think it would be a lot easier to start notes from scratch in this software than it would to actually like transfer existing notes from one note over, because it just doesn't transfer very well. I'm sure the Batman and Catwoman were always on top of their investigation. There's no struggle at the middle part. I felt like... I don't know, I felt like there was a lot of struggle for it. Mostly because they just did not portray Batman as a particularly good investigator. Which, ironically, I also watched the animated Batman movie, The Long Halloween, and I had, like, the same kind of issue with it, where it's like, they did not make him look very smart. And I've seen people kind of defend that, like, oh, well, it's supposed to be him at, like, the beginning of his career. He's not good at it yet. And it's like, they could have done better. Oh, it's funny you mentioned The Long Halloween like right after. I liked The Long Halloween, but I did not care for how stupid they made him look. Where he straight up takes something that the Joker says, and then he jumps to a conclusion that some guy is guilty who actually was innocent. And it's like, you didn't have any evidence there, dude. You literally just like drew a connection that wasn't there and went and accused this guy. No quota change from single to multiplayer as far as I can tell. Okay, interesting. You would think it would, because I mean, in single player, if you die, like, you lose everything. In multiplayer, if one person dies, the other person can get out. But yeah, that's rough. It's definitely fun with friends. But even solo, it can still be fun if you like the Daggerfall dungeon experience. Which is another reason I want to do a video. I seem to be the only person who made that connection. I want to share it with the world. Also because it's just a really, really mechanically complex game, despite seeming simple, and it just really intrigues me. Honestly, I haven't played a Batman game since Arkham Asylum. I haven't played one since... I want to say either Telltale's second Batman game or Arkham Knight was last. I know I replayed Arkham Knight more recently, but the first time I think Arkham Knight was, or Arkham City was my entrance into the Arkham games. Then I played Arkham Knight and then Asylum. And then the Telltale Batman games, which were actually, despite being Telltale games, they were pretty good. The second one especially. The second one has an entirely different scenario for the final act of the game, depending on your choices. Well, one choice, but still, credit where credit's due. It's really well made. I actually considered doing a video on those at one point before realizing it would be extremely boring. So yeah, the first Telltale Batman game was pretty, I'm gonna say, like par for the course with how they did it. The second one actually has a lot more going on, and a lot of scenarios can change depending on what you do. Especially like the entire final chapter is completely different, to the point where me and one of my friends were playing it, and we were arguing about what the ending of the game was because we got the two different scenarios. You played Arkham Asylum, but Arkham City turned you off with the amount of collectibles. Yeah, I never did all that. Arkham Knight was the only one I did it all on. It's just because I wanted to arrest the Riddler. Arkham Knight is good, but I wouldn't say, I mean, mechanically it's probably peak, but it's not perfect. You played a bunch of Injustice on your OG iPad mini. I didn't know that they had that on the iPad. Interesting. Alright, gonna give it like 5 more minutes, then we'll get started. Oh, you thought Witcher 2 was the only game with different chapters? No. The only other example I can think of is Telltale. But The Witcher 2 is obviously bigger because it does a different chapter 2 and 3, whereas Telltale only does a different chapter 3. What do you think about Amazon Prime's Reacher? I have not seen that one. You got Hogwarts Legacy on Switch. Well, you guys also got Gothic 1 and 2 on Switch. So, Switch lineup looking pretty good right now. Although I've heard that the controls are awful. I wouldn't know though. Honestly, I was surprised about the Gothic Switch ports because it's like, it kind of makes sense, but because they're trying to hype up the remake, but it's gonna really suck if they like do all this PR for it and then they turn around and like cancel the remake because Embracer. You think the new Arkham Knight in the comics is lame because she's basically Lady Arkham from Telltale's Batman. I didn't even know about that. Gothic for Switch, yeah, dog. Yeah, they straight up backported Gothic 1 and 2 onto the Switch. They haven't done Gothic 3 because they're not trying to make everyone hate the series. And that game absolutely would. I feel bad for anyone who got Gothic 1 and 2 on Switch and they're like, you know what, I'm gonna pick up Gothic 3 on PC. I want to see how the series ends, and then they just hate the series forevermore. And the remake is looking pretty good. I was involved in an argument in the Gothic Remake Discord server because people were complaining about the new character models. So get this. There's like a schism, I'm gonna call it, in the Gothic remake, or just the Gothic community, about some of the character designs and enemy designs in the remake. To the point to where people were arguing that because they just released the concept art for, in fact, I can pull this up and show you guys. So Where's a good photo? Get out of here with your freaking AI art. I want the original concept art. Okay, so I guess the internet just has no... The internet does not have a single good screenshot of the fire lizard. That is a crime. Hang on, I'm sure I can find it on the freaking wiki. Better pull up my freaking Gothic resources because the internet doesn't know how to do anything right. Monsters. I cannot even read this because the text is dark, dark blue. Is fire lizard on this? Oh, it's in German. That explains it. Okay, so something happened to this resource I've been using where all the text is illegible. Interesting. Cool. Okay, let's go to the other Gothic database I've been using. Oh, this one's still readable. That's cool. All right, all of this is in German. What is monster in German? Waffen is weapon. Monster. It's literally just monster. Cool. Yeah, I love this database. It's a shame that it's been lost to the sands of time. I really need to archive like all these pages and learn how to archive first of all, and then archive like everything, because it is so useful and we cannot let this get shut down. Okay, so lizard is Warren, and I need a fire lizard. Here we go. Thank you. Good lord. Cool, and I am going to pull this up in Obsidian so I can actually open my Gothic vault. Just gonna go misc. Actually, I don't want a new note. I need a new canvas. Will you please create a canvas? I do not know how to use this software. Okay, I'm just gonna call this misc, and then we're going to go pasted image. Can I zoom that in? I cannot. Oh. Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. Hang on, guys. It's real scuff hours right now. Because I'm trying to get this into a canvas, and I don't remember where the create canvas button is. Well, I don't want a folder. Bruv, I literally did this yesterday. Where is the option? Okay. We're just gonna pull it up under here. New canvas. Copy this image, paste it in here. I screwed it up. Undo that, please. Here we go. Good lord. Thank you. Jesus. Should not be that difficult. Okay, cool. Now let's get the new concept art. Okay, I'm just gonna snip the main bits off of there. I'm gonna come back and chat's gonna be like having blown up. Gonna be like, sorry guys, I was trying to do something cool, and the cool was not doing. Here we go. Okay. Let me pull chat back up. Allegedly Ragnarok reviews. Play Fortnite later. I am gonna play, like I mentioned earlier, I am gonna play Lethal Company later, but I'm trying to make a point real quick. Okay, so basically, pull this up. Let me get my OBS over here so I can switch. Which display is this gonna switch to? It's probably gonna switch to the wrong monitor. Oh, neither, because device not connected. Awesome, cool. Okay, so as you can see by this graph, this right here, this is what the Fire Lizard looks like in just base Gothic 1. This is what the Fire Lizard looks like in the Gothic remake. So people have been making complaints. Well, for the record, first of all, in fairness, most of the people that I've talked to like the redesign. I have met very few people, because there were not that many people in the Gothic community to begin with. That's not fair, and it's also not true, but I've met very few people who actually do not like this design. I like this design. I think it looks cool. So, the biggest complaint that people were making about the design is it looks too much like a dragon, which, fair, the original one does not. However, it is the Fire Lizard, so I feel like it's a little bit fair for them to draw that comparison. And also, people don't like the fact that the Fire Lizard has teeth. The original didn't have teeth, even though I'm pretty sure if you look hard enough, you can see teeth. Like, I'm pretty sure looking at it now, I see like little stubs. So that was actually like a freaking argument that someone made, was like, well, why does it have teeth? The original didn't. I'm like, you do understand that these things attack you by biting, right? Like, yeah. But, and even, oh god, now I gotta get 2 more freaking arts. Okay, well, continuing the point, let's get the one for the scavenger. Can I get the actual original, like original, not a redesign? Oh, cool. This one actually comes from that source I was using. See? Isn't it wonderful when that happens? When they actually, like, have examples that I'm trying to show. Thank you. Okay, this one's a little low-res, but that's okay. Let's get the scavenger from the remake. Oh. I love how this one just automatically has comparison photos. Like, it's basically universally hated on the internet right now for some reason. Okay, pull up your little comparison, dude. Drag these down here. Make you a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay, so, going back. This is the scavenger in Gothic 1. It is a bird. Allegedly. It has like a stock, like, chicken sound effect, so people are like, yeah, it's a bird, dude. So it's like, okay, this is that. This is it in the remake. A lot of people don't like the fact that this is a bone helmet instead of a beak, and most of the debate is whether or not this is actually a helmet or not. Other people say that it's too raptor-like, whereas this one, I don't know. I really don't see this one. But this is apparently so inflammatory in the remake Discord that just mentioning it in passing, because I didn't know that everybody hated it, just mentioning it in passing sparked an entire debate that went on for like 3 hours. To the point where one of the mods stepped in, and the only thing he said is, oh my god, we're talking about scavengers again. And it's like, sorry guys, I didn't know. Personally, I think the new design is really cool. Like, I don't think that the remake needs to be a complete, utter one-to-one in every single area. I think it can take a couple design liberties. And I don't know. I'm looking at this. It could be just me. I'm looking at this. I'm not seeing an issue here. I think that design looks great. I mean, the biggest debate came down to whether or not people thought it was actually like a dinosaur or a bird, even though birds are historically descendants of dinosaurs. So that's really just arguing semantics at that point, because by extension, all birds are dinosaurs. So yeah, I didn't really see this one, but it's like the only reason that people seem to have an issue with it is just like the face. So that's why making a Gothic video scares me. Not really. They just have an extremely, extremely passionate fan base, and they will absolutely freaking skin you alive. Okay. We gotta distract this sucker again. Hey chat, we get to test his chat widget that was set up. Oh yeah, I tested the chat widget. It looks awful. It looks awful. It's the fire lizard of all time. Yeah, exactly. It looks good. I literally hit the notification whenever you live and YouTube didn't tell me. Oh, that's a shame. We haven't even started yet, so it's fine. IGN cons be like, too much teeth. Ragnarok interview proceeds to discuss Gothic mob designs. Yeah, man. Shrimp, try not to get sidetracked. I will try not to get sidetracked. No promises on not getting sidetracked, though. Speaking of, I gotta switch this back to my other monitor. There we go. Hey, where's my shrimp? Oh, this is the wrong overlay. There we go. Love how it's already set up from last time. Okay, let me get caught up on chat and we'll get started. Let me pause the music too. Someone mentioned something and they debated for 3 hours. That's an average shrimp stream. Dude, that was literally my Discord server the other day too. Gothic fandom is like when Halo fans got mad Master Chief. Oh. I didn't know that. Of course, Gothic people are passionate. Selection bias. The fans still... gosh, I cannot see because of this live reaction stupid thingy. Can I turn that off? It always gets in the way of chat. Go away. Thank you. The fans still left are purer than platinum. Yeah, exactly. And it's honestly, it's amazing that it still has such a passionate fan base after all these years, especially after like years and years of mistreatment. They're kind of like Mora boomers. They just never let it go, except they're at least getting a mostly faithful remake so far. I'm not gonna bring up the stupid freaking debates against the skeleton mage redesigns where they're like, it looks too much like World of Warcraft, and I'm like, dude, do you really just want it to be a floating upper skeleton torso in a black robe? Is that what you want? Try doing that without making it look like a Nazgul. Where's my shrimp? Salty shrimp pasta 2024. Okay. The sooner we get through this, the sooner I can play Lethal Company. So, can we... Why is VLC not responding to me?
Kind of a new approach to...
Okay, how fast is that going? Good lord, it's not telling me. Okay, 1 second. I'm just gonna relaunch. So we're at 1627. That's good. Why isn't it telling me? How fast is this? What is the sped? Nothing worked today. Everything broke. Everyone go home. Everything broke. We'll find out. Morrowind, Gothic, New Vegas, Vampire the Masquerade. They, is New Vegas really boomer though? A lot of people still like, I've never heard someone say New Vegas isn't good because it's dated. Like, most people say that about Fallout 3, but I don't hear it about New Vegas. Anyways, how fast is this going?
Kind of a new approach to Odin, making him bend over backwards and seem reasonable.
That would be 1.5 times. Oh, that's right, because the video freaking breaks. I'm just gonna do the YouTube version then. Screw it. I don't care. I cannot be bothered to fight, and at least we'll have 1.25 times. I just cannot be bothered to fight with this. How loud is this gonna be?
But it was also just
Okay, and that's because I have all that stuff. I'll just leave it at that. All that stuff. There we go. Okay. Words, brain, not words, words not brain. Where am I? You're mad at the Last of Us 1 remake for some of the new designs. Yeah, I didn't even look into that one, honestly. It's a sign. It is not a sign. We're not going there. Playback speed, 1.25 times. Let's go. Let's get that bread. Okay, let me actually go use the restroom one more time because I've had a lot of water today, so I'll be right back. Probably TMI. Don't really care. Too tired to care right now. Okay, what I miss? You have discovered the lore video will be 26 panels. Good lord, you're gonna spend a lot of money on that. You scared me off with a weeb. I mean, if it was scaring me off with a weeb, I wouldn't be in the video. Honestly. Okay, you have a question. With anime going basically mainstream in the West and not so West countries, aka everywhere, what is weeb anymore? It's more of like a personality trait. It's like... It's not someone who watches anime, it's someone who obsesses over it. Like, people who get to the point where they're arguing with JRPG developers, pretending that they know more about the localization than the actual people making the game. That was an actual situation. And that's actually a sort of situation that Gwen experienced at work, where one of her coworkers was arguing with the localization team about the Japanese localization of one of the games she was working on. And pretty much they had to be like, dude, just because you watch anime does not mean you speak Japanese. Shut up. So that's what a weeb is. And yeah, she's also a weeb. Bold of you to say you're not cringe when you're a freaking VTuber. Oh, so Asmongold is now a weeb. Asmongold is a lot of other things too. Dude, I saw a video on Twitter where basically he was streaming and there were like roaches crawling across him as he was streaming, and I'm like, how do you live in such filth? I'm just gonna leave it there. No need to call out the big streamer. A lot of people worship him. Yeah, exactly. It was so basically it was a 2-hour long argument of her coworker not working, literally just debating some it was something to do with like there wasn't a good Japanese translation for the English phrase, so they kind of just rewrote it. Yeah. That's what I mean. You guys, I remember you said you guys like just rewrote the phrase to something completely different because there wasn't a good Japanese alternative, and he started picking out and debating like, no, you could have done this, or this because you know he watches My Hero Academia with subtitles on. I still have yet to find one that I will actually get into. The closest I've gotten so far is Invincible, and that should kind of tell you where I sit with it. And that's literally, arguably not, that doesn't even count. It's just an adult animation. Okay, so it was the special system. You just doxed what project you worked on. Tisk tisk. I mean, you're not on that project anymore, so I guess it doesn't count, but... Anyways, if we don't start this interview, we're never going to. So...
approaching him as a real character and as a real person. And
so for context, you can kind of see on the chapters like where we're at. They're talking about how they decided to portray Odin in the game.
You know, no one is that mustache twirling. Everyone's, you know, he's the hero of his story. So, you know, it just felt false to have him be too overtly, I don't know, just angry and dicky.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you're going to tell a story about Atreus...
And I think I'm going to turn this up a little bit. Where's my sound? Where's my volume mixer? I should really just leave it open. Oh, joke's on me. I can't, because otherwise it's just going to sit here and block chat. It's probably going to be a little loud.
We respect Atreus' opinion.
No, it's fine.
If he's going to get in bed with this guy, he can't seem that bad. You know,
Right.
There has to be a seduction there. There has to be an allure. And Odin became all about appealing to Atreus' what he was looking for, his sense of self, you know. So that kind of changed the character a lot.
Yeah. Was the mask always a factor?
Oh, no.
That was a more recent thing, too.
That one came late. We knew we needed something. And the mask came up fairly late. And I think it came out of Atreus' search for identity, you know, and the idea that Atreus he's Kratos, but he's also Mimir, and he's also Freya, and he's also his mother.
Right.
And we wanted to make sure that in all the scenes, he represents one of those characters. He wears a mask, you know, he takes what he's learned from them, and he kind of propagates that, and it's part of his life. So I don't know, the mask felt right, because the mask is identity. And the different masks that we always wear in different situations, it felt charged.
It had nothing to do with the Jim Carrey.
Thank you. Because I was doing the research, like, I don't think this is a thing from old mythology.
One of the writers brought it up, you know, later was like, you realize that, you know, this is Loki's mask, and it was just like,
we went, crap. Does that mean we need to change it? And we're like, no, it fits, because it is about identity. He's all those things that Rich said, and he's Loki or Atreus, you know, who is he trying to be? So like, we're sticking with them.
So for context, for those who don't know, the mask that's like a big part of Ragnarok's plot is very similar to the mask from like Jim Carrey's The Mask movies, and it was starting to get everybody asking like, oh, were they just trying to like reference those movies? And it's like, no, it's just a coincidence. You don't think Atreus represented Mimir? I think he did in his diplomacy, and trying not to be overtly like causing issues with everybody, trying to leverage kind of that aspect. That's where I would put it. He's obviously not as smart as him, because he's only like 15, 16 in the game, at most probably about 16.
the mask.
Let it
It'll
be
probably come up.
the Mask universe, you know, like
Right, and then eventually we have Son of the Mask, the whole thing. There's a lot of opportunities here. Okay, talking about the basically no fate but what we make thing here. I'm curious about the Norns. Like that section is so fascinating. Can you talk about just the process of coming up with how you're going to depict the Norns in this game?
Well, we knew with the Norns that
My shrimp is kind of blocking Ben Hansen here, and I think it's a little disrespectful. So let me, not literally, but I just want to move it a little bit. Just kind of drop it down there. That's better. You can at least see his chin now. Wouldn't want to miss out on quality chin content, you know? I mean, I think they're obviously approaching it more from like the intention of like this was the thought process behind what they were trying to do, and less like this is the execution. So their intention was that Atreus gets his identity from all the adult figures in his life, and he doesn't really have much of one of his own. So he tries to kind of like channel what he's learned from everybody. All right, and Dank, I'm going to take the liberty of ignoring any off-topic discussions because just for my own sake, I will never recover if I don't stay on topic. It'll be like last time where we get 15 minutes into this and then I'm like, you know what? We're not really paying attention, so let's just not do this. So I'm just gonna have to ignore certain chats that aren't relevant because for me, I will die. If not, I will literally die.
that so much of Ragnarok, not just the story, but the myths of Ragnarok, is about fate and prophecy and all the gods knowing how they're going to die and who's going to kill them, and that they're all bound to this, and so they all know it's going to happen. And so what we wanted to do with the Norn section, we knew this pretty early on, was that like we want to use the fates to completely clear the decks, because we thought like with all the stuff going on in our game, it could be such a huge cognitive load to keep the emotional stuff, the father-son stuff, and the extended family stuff, while also having in the back of your mind that, oh God, fate and prophecy and everything. So we just want to use the Norns to say fate's bullshit, you know?
Right.
And so when we decided to approach writing it, we knew, like we said, all right, we're all, you know, old school theater geeks. Let's this is going to be the most, it's either going to come off.
Yes, Code, I love that idea. Anything off topic, put OT in front of the chat so I can skim across it, and if I can find a way to tie it back to the discussion, then perfect, but I probably won't. I will say, though, and I'm wondering if they're actually going to get into it, it seems kind of weird that it's like what the Norns are saying is very, very easy to understand, but the characters like in universe are struggling to comprehend it. So I'm wondering if they're actually going to touch on that.
Great, or it's going to come off the most pretentious, like ridiculous writer talking to the audience thing that we've ever done.
That's probably arguably for some people how it came off too. Not for me, but for some people definitely.
But like, you know, that was kind of the thrust. And then we, one of our writers, Anthony Birch, we said, all right, you take the first stab at this. And when we first did it, it wasn't quite landing. And then I just said, go crazy, really go hard at it, speak directly to the player, treat it like it's a stage show, and you've got like an omniscient narrator and all these things. And he was like, all right. And then he delivered essentially that scene. We made some small edits to it and stuff, but it was right.
I love the concept that one of probably the most, I'm not going to say controversial, but definitely one of the more hated scenes that a lot of people complained about was actually written by Anthony Birch. That's actually hilarious.
Where we wanted it to land in it, and there were people going, are you sure this is going to work? And we're like, I don't know, we'll see.
Yeah.
And ultimately, fate had to be bullshit because Kratos couldn't die. You know, so we just had to figure out a way to articulate it where it was relatable, where it made sense. You know,
Right.
that
Yeah.
you get stuck in these grooves and these ruts, and it's hard to break out of them. And in a sense, that's fate. You know.
Yeah. How early did you come across that idea of, I don't know, I don't want to sum up your own game, but just kind of that, okay, choose to be better is kind of the crux of the entire game, right? Like how early were you coming up with kind of central themes for this game? Or what was the first, maybe a better way to ask this is like, what was the first time in the game's development did you find like, I'm getting excited. It feels like there's a lot of energy in this idea, and this is something we can hang the whole game on.
No, it was very early on that we developed a theme cheat sheet for the writers and basically for everyone, and for us, you know, so that we always stayed on target, because we had the major theme of letting go, but we didn't want to.
I feel like this is something I should write down. One second, because I have been struggling with okay, so we're gonna call this God of War Ragnarok notes, because I have been struggling to figure out what was the central theme of this game. Why can't I create that? Probably because of this. Yep, knew it. So I am going to create a note here. We're going to call this Min-Max interview with Matt Sophos and Richard Galbert. That's a bit of a long title, but that should work. Let me maximize this. Okay, so let me create a heading. So we're gonna say main themes, and I'm going to write down every main theme that they talk about that I can just reference back while talking as I start reading through the script for the narrative section. I want to reference back to this, and I really want to ask myself, like, how well is this theme implemented, because it has been such a nebulous topic for me. So what did he say it was? Letting go. Start, please. S'il vous plaît.
Target, because we had the major theme of letting go.
Okay, so I'm gonna tier this. So we'll say 1 major theme, letting go. And as I start proofreading and making edits to my script, I am going to try and leverage some of this, especially in the discussion about, like, what is the freaking theme of this game. Cool. Wow, I'm actually doing work now. Imagine that. Pretentious is actually a very safe maybe to do some difficult narration, because sorry, people can write you off as cringe if you mess up instead of bad. That's fair. God of War Ragnarok has a lot of themes. I feel like it has too many themes. Because no one of the themes lasts from beginning to end, except maybe letting go, but even then, it's like, I don't know. I would just chalk it up to, like, I'm stupid and I don't understand what the theme is, if it wasn't for the fact that so many other reviewers also had to sit down and ask, like, what is the theme of this game? To the point where Lasers, or Laser Z, however you say his channel name, basically sat down with a group of friends, and they determined that the main theme of the game is choice, because every character at every stage is given a choice to change. So I don't even know if that's, like, according to the writers, if that's correct, but whatever this main theme cheat sheet is, can I please get a copy? Like, do you think if I email Santa Monica Studios and be like, hey, I've been working on a God of War Ragnarok deconstructed video for the last over a year since launch. I'm in the final stages of it. I saw in this interview that you guys said you have a main theme cheat sheet. May I please get a copy? Because I have been struggling to understand the main themes of this game because they are so disparate. And I wonder if they'd actually be cool enough to be like, I got you, King, here, and actually send me one. I know they've responded to my emails in the past. It was basically after I played God of War 2018 for the first time, I basically emailed them saying, like, hey man, the game was great. Here's, like, some ideas I had. Which is very entitled of a fan to do, but they were really cool for actually responding. I was also, like, 19 when I did it, so.
But we didn't want to handcuff the writers, because, you know, it's a big game, you know, and there's only so much you can do there. So we also had these related sub themes. It was seeing past yourself.
Oh, hold on. We're getting somewhere, guys. We are getting somewhere. So I'm just going to call this themes. Heading 1. Okay, we're going to say letting go. Theme, sub-theme. Looking past yourself. That's a new one. Haven't seen that. What else? What else you got for me, Richard?
PTSD and
Hold on.
trauma recovery.
PTSD and trauma recovery. Got that one in Valhalla. Trauma recovery. Okay, this is actually really useful.
That idea that your choices define you.
Okay, so choice was actually on there. Choices define you. See, this is what I'm saying. We're up to 4.
And that was a theme that was directly continuing from the last game. Nothing is written, and so everything the writers pitched and
was that really a theme? I don't want to argue with the writer, but was that a theme or was that a concept? This is ironically, it's funny that I'm having that train of thought. That's basically with the whole Never Knows Best Patrician TV Kretosis drama that was going on. That was one of the things that Never Knows Best criticized Kretosis for, was saying that Emil doesn't understand the difference between a theme and a concept. And here I am basically in a situation hearing like nothing is written. Is that a main theme or is that a concept? Because I do not think that you could... Also, my chat is so bugging out right now. It's not even going all the way to the bottom. Let me pop that out. There we go. That's better. We're going to have to leave that popped out. Because I'm kind of sitting here and I'm like, I feel like that was more of like... Definitely more of a concept. But... my writing skills are extremely poor, so I will not debate with the professional writer here. I would disagree with that being like a main theme. So a concept as in that is something that is poised in for you to think about, but it is not a main theme that is a through line for the entire game. It's something that gets brought up here and there. It's something that the characters talk about, but it is not that is not something I would take away from the actual experience. That's not something at the end of it I would take away from the story. And that's kind of, and maybe my understanding of like what a theme is kind of wrong, but that's kind of how I understand it. A main theme is something that at the very end, it's what you take away from the story, whereas there can be individual concepts that you think about along the way that reinforce those themes. And if Miss English Major is still here, she is more than welcome to correct me there. She's probably gone now. Let me text her. I have an English question. Chat is buggy. Nah, they all just taking a nap. Dude, even my freaking cat is sleeping right now. It is literally just in the air right now. Everybody is tired. So, pull up my notes. I'm going to make a sub note here and say, this is something that I would personally consider to be a concept. Is poised the right word for that during the main story? The main story, but I would not consider it a theme. Of course she freaking left. Okay, you know what? Dang it, I don't want to have to type all that out. I'm so lazy right now. Hang on. Is a understanding of a main or of a theme versus a concept. I will ask her that later because I am way too lazy to type all that out. One of Ragnarok's story problems is too many themes. I definitely agree with that. It's got too much going on. So a concept is like a question that the game's inherently asks the player, like Spec Ops. what's another way to put it? I know that whenever Kretosis brought it up in his video, it was regarding Fallout, so that's probably a good example. Let's see. Probably not, actually, because I don't really understand Fallout's themes very well, but... Okay, here's a good example. The Dead Money DLC for Fallout. The theme is letting go, right? That is something that ties the entire experience together. Is the theme of like letting go, and I think it's even says like multiple times. Whereas a concept in that story, give me a second to think, because I know the themes in that one. I don't know any individual concepts. I guess the concept in that story would be something to do with the... Okay, I chose a really, really poor example because I don't actually know individual concepts in that one. But the concept in the story would have to do with the individual characters, like helping God and Dog deal with their schizophrenia and kind of like coming together to become a unique person, or helping one suppress the other. Kind of like that. It's like individual pieces that reinforce a theme, as opposed to being like the through line for the story itself. So the way, using God and Dog as an example, the way that the concept or the theme, I use concept as a term, but it's like I really mean theme. The theme is letting go, and the way that that character reinforces it is having to either release, like one of them either releasing control so the other can continue to go on, or both of them releasing control to come together and make a new person. That's a really, really obscure reference, and being put on the spot to think about it, I would definitely have to think about something and find a good example. But you fell asleep and woke up where you said everyone's asleep. Exactly. Theme of this stream is you falling asleep, and the concept is your dream. It's more like the theme of this stream is that I am tired, and and an individual concept of this stream would be that I'm living off of caffeine, and I'm living off of caffeine because I'm tired. That's also a terrible example. Elijah being jealous of Veronica. I don't think Elijah was ever jealous of Veronica. Okay, Elijah's actually an even better example. Elijah wants to take over the hologram technology and take the red mist, whatever fog stuff, gas that's toxic, and he wants to take that and he wants to take over the Mojave. And the entire concept of stopping him is like, crap. This example also sucks. I shouldn't have done Fallout. I should have done something I'm more familiar with. I'm very, very, very poorly reinforcing my point because I cannot think of a solid, good example. So let me think on it. Okay, hold on. Gwen just texted me back, so... She says, a theme is decided on and a concept is not. Think of a concept as a work in progress. There's still details that aren't settled, and a theme is set in stone, and you work off of it. Okay, that doesn't really answer my question. This is why I have to sit down and like actually type out my thoughts and stuff, because I cannot just like on the spot think of good examples for stuff. So okay, I really should have just used God of War 2018 as an example. We're going to skip this next ad break too. Okay, so God of War 2018. The theme is there's two main themes. There's unity and then there's family, right? And the way that those themes are reinforced are in the stories of the individual characters. So both unity and family, we use Brock and Sindri. They are both reinforced by the fact that they split because they were both guilty about creating Mjolnir and basically like the war crimes that Odin created, or not Odin, but Thor did with it. So the theme is unity and family, and that is explored through them, where they are initially split and then they eventually come to like solve their disagreements and come back together and all that stuff, right? So okay, so Gwen, you're here now. You can kind of correct me if I'm wrong. The way I understand a theme is a through line for the entire story, and it's what you take away from that story, whereas a concept is an individual component of the story that reinforces the theme. Or it can be something completely unrelated, like the concept of blank. I'm too brain dead to like communicate this right now. I need smart people to do it for me. So the first Dead Space and its remake has one central theme about the denial of death. I think denial in general. Okay, so that's correct. Okay, gotcha. Cool. That's all I needed is... yeah, okay, cool. Because I tried thinking of examples, and I'm just, like, fumbling my words really, really poorly right now. Concepts are more abstract. Okay. Okay, yeah, I see what you were trying to say a minute ago then. That makes sense. Okay. Anyways, I got way off on a tangent. The whole point is, I would consider the theme of like all these themes that they basically mentioned, and then him saying like nothing is written, and that basically your choices define you. I would consider nothing is written to be more of like a concept of the story. Well, okay, yeah, go on. It's previous game theme was family. Ragnarok was not. But go on. Unless the intention is for family to also be the theme of this one, in which case this is just a mess. Concept Atreus, because you spelt it wrong. Struggles with identity and family role. Okay, yeah, that's a good example though. That's a good example. So basically, for God of War 2018, as an example, the theme of unity and family, and the concept of Brock and Sindri are fighting and they split because they had a disagreement after like they made Mjolnir, and then Thor went and killed all the giants with it, and they just couldn't live with the guilt. Well, don't say you're dumb. I need you to be the smart person here. I don't think she would actually enjoy doing like a detailed breakdown of any game. I do not think that she even remotely has the interest in doing any sort of review or analysis. She is much more of just enjoying games, actually enjoying life. We do share brains though, you're right. That's why Jose felt so left out on stream yesterday, because we just inherently knew what to do. No, yeah, you absolutely could. Like, you have the vocabulary for it. You just would not have fun. If I wanted to be really, really rude, I would say you don't enjoy thinking about the games that you play. That's just a really mean way of kind of saying like you don't have that same interest in like breaking down a game for its mechanics. You're just afraid that she's gonna take off on YouTube views and become the next Josephine Andrea. No, I think she just legitimately like would not enjoy it. Like I've been sending her, for example, like these Lethal Company mechanic breakdown game videos, and she basically said like, no, I like being surprised. I'm like, okay, fair. How is a weeb less of a nerd that makes him watch his long form retrospectives? Because making him watching long form retrospectives does not involve me to like thirst over anime girls. Josephine, who he's saying like a female version of Joseph Anderson, so it's Josephine Andrea. Yeah, like understanding the freaking power level in Lethal Company and understanding how like what makes enemies spawn and how many enemies can spawn at a given time. And she's like, no, I like being surprised. I'm like, well, that wouldn't really ruin it, but anyways, way off topic. But I would not consider that one a theme. What else? What else you got for me, Richard?
Wrote had to slot into one of those categories, and I think that really helped make everything feel cohesive and of a piece, you know.
Yeah.
But it also helped everyone see the path forward.
It also gave us hooks in for not just the critical path of the story, but also for the exploration content. Because one of the things that we really wanted to make sure happens that I think it's a goal of any game developer when it comes to having exploration type content, is that it feels of a whole to the game. It doesn't just feel like side stuff that you don't need to do.
Right.
That each of our little bits of side content would deepen something for at least one of the characters, but they would all kind of relate back to the main theme, so that we could kind of do our cloning and have our characters. Even if a story involves a side character, it can show something to Kratos or Atreus as you go.
Yeah.
You know, and I want to
See, and it's interesting because I would argue that, excuse me, I would argue that God of War 2018 was much more of like a very thematically cohesive experience, and Ragnarok is much more of a character piece on the cast. So it's like Kratos and Brock and Sindri, they didn't really need much more development because they got plenty in the last game. Atreus got a fair bit, but he honestly needed some work because they cut a lot of his character arc short due to like time constraints. Mimir didn't get a lot of he got characterization, but he didn't get a lot of exploration of his character. We got a lot for Freya, but she, of course, post God of War 2018, there's still a lot more to explore there, especially with like her and Baldur. So I would argue that it's like most of the side content reinforces the characters more than it reinforces the main themes, which is why going from one straight to the other makes it like much harder to kind of piece out like what is the point here. So like the side content in Alfheim, for example, where Atreus is like looking for the giant jellyfish. I forget what it starts with an H. I forget what they call it, a Hafenga or something like that. And he's like asking Kratos like, why do you care? Why are you helping? And they basically determine like, dude, I just want to spend time with you, like while I still can, because Atreus doesn't know that he's pretty much destined to die yet. So that's much more of like a character exploration between their relationship than it is like reinforcing one of the main themes. It still ties back to it, but not in a way that would actually make me go like, just not in as heavy of a way as the previous game. You honestly think this whole discussion didn't need to be a thing if the writers decided on one or two themes? This is why writers pick only one or two themes, because it's far easier to structure. Yeah, that's just what happens when you try to make two games in one. There's too much to cram. It would have been much better if they would have just really just made the whole Ragnarok thing its own game after this middle piece. Big stupid jellyfish is a God of War meme too. I'm surprised I don't call it. Do I call it Jeffrey Jellyfish in my script? If I don't, I have to correct that like right now. You're gonna hear me clear my throat because jellyfish. Wow, I did not use the word jellyfish one time. How did I not use the word jellyfish one time? One second. What are those things called? Did I talk about that side quest? How many times did I mention Alfheim? More than enough. Oh, that I skipped all the way to I skipped all the way to the DLC by accident. Did I just not talk about that side quest? I may have just glossed over that side quest. Because I did not. Oh, nope. Go back. I did not mean to delete that. What? How do you spell it? It was Hafgufa is how you spell it. There's literally no way that I decided to gloss over. Okay, so I did talk about it. Oh, I just didn't mention the okay. So the entire side quest got about 2 sentences. That makes sense. There's really no reason to break down the entire quest. Well, there goes my chance to make a Jeffrey Jellyfish joke. Way to go, me. I'm not going to add more lines just for that, though. It's already long enough as it is. Okay. It's hard to go back to a point you missed after finishing writing a chapter of the script. It's difficult whenever the script is 230 pages. And I have to, like, Control F to see where I even put it. Because there are times I don't remember very much of when I sectioned the side quest conversations because it's been so long since I wrote it, which is why I'm having to go through and I'm proofreading each section before I'm actually, like, recording it, just because it's like how else am I gonna get through it, pretty much. Anyways, back to the thingy thing.
I take this opportunity really quickly to give a big shout out to Anthony Demento and our player investment team. I think they're the unsung heroes of this game. They were such wonderful advocates for narrative, and they carried over all of our high-level narrative goals and values into the subquests. They really pushed for them to be personal and emotionally driven as the critical path stuff, and I don't think they get enough credit for their role in making the game what it was. I love those guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and on that note, I checked out the credits for this game, and there's a whole section. You got like 9 writers listed in the credits, and then there's narrative technical design team. What does that mean? What is the narrative technical design?
Well, they're the ones who make everything that we put on paper and record in the booth actually work in the game.
Okay.
They also were very responsible for, we would write, for instance, in Sindri's house in the Realm Between Realms, we had all these little contents and bits of content, whether it's stories at the shop from Brock or Sindri or Freyr like like high or drunk, sitting on the chaise lounge or whatever, all these different things that we would write, and they had to figure out how we could make it work, how things could bleed into each other and not get interrupted or stomped on. And they were the ones who really crafted they took our kind of like one-off like story bits and made it work within the context of everything else going on around it.
Yeah, I assume they hate us because we were the architects of their misery. So.
I guess it has to happen. Let's see. I'm curious about so many different random things. The whole riddle, the origins of the big running theme of trying to solve the riddle of what gets bigger the more you take away. How early did you strike up?
See, and that's another thing. That wasn't really a theme. Now, I know I'm nitpicking, but it's like this kind of just reinforces the earlier conversation. It's like the whole thing of like Brock saying like what gets bigger the more you take away, and then Mimir like failing to basically to answer it. It's like I wouldn't consider that a main theme of the story. It's definitely, I mean, I guess if you want to, you can consider it a theme to Brock and Sindri's character. But that would tie into the theme of like loss, which doesn't really. This just goes back to there's just too much going on with the story. So it's like it's good in a vacuum, like with those characters, but I would not consider it a theme in the game. It's more of like a consequence of you guys basically everything you're doing that leads to Brock dying. And then it's just a nice creative way to tie back into pretty much, it's just a callback, basically. It's a callback to that riddle, and it's also like a metaphor for Sindri's grief. But I wouldn't consider it a theme. Yeah, I guess you could consider it a sub-theme, but the thing is it's like, what is it? I don't see how it reinforces. Now, don't get me wrong, by me saying it doesn't reinforce the main story, that's not me saying that it's not good. It is very, very good for what it is. But it works well because it's in isolation. It doesn't really reinforce anything in the main story other than, you know, your choices have consequences. Which was that... I guess if you want to tie that into choices define you or PTSD and trauma recovery, but that's more like inflicting trauma, not really recovering from it. So I don't know. I think I'm probably not going to put this in the script because who am I to tell the professional writers what is and isn't a theme in their own story. But I feel like having a core understanding of what a theme really is and how it relates to the broader story is really important in making that story feel cohesive. And I think the fact that Ragnarok doesn't feel cohesive and they're bringing up all these individual things as themes is it speaks to that issue. I'm not saying that they're incompetent and they don't understand like the pillars of writing, but it's just just hearing it and thinking about the finished product makes me think, well, maybe this is why it's such a mess. Is theme what happens with the character or what happens with the story? You can have both, I would say. I'm really not the person to ask that question, honestly. Because I am just going based off like my understanding of these concepts and how this stuff works. You can have a theme for a character and you can have a theme for a story. But if there's too many themes in general, it can make the entire thing feel messy. So I wouldn't say the whole thing with Brock's riddle, I wouldn't say that's a theme of his character. It's more like they bring it up early as like a foil to Mimir. It's basically just like travel dialogue with Mimir, where it's supposed to be a riddle that he can't figure out because he's overthinking it. And it only gets called back at Brock's funeral because it is now relevant to Brock's death. So I guess let me just make sure that I do not have an improper understanding of what a theme is. So yeah, well, you know what, we gotta go fancy. We gotta go to the Oxford Dictionary for this one. I don't know why. I just want to. I don't like any of those definitions because they don't reinforce my my point, so obviously they're incorrect. Actually, it just wasn't like relevant to literature specifically. These also aren't specific to literature. Okay, so the way that Merriam-Webster defines it, because I'm not going to go to dictionary.com for this, right? It says a subject or topic of discourse or of artistic representation. Those are big words. So I guess by that definition, yes, you could call it a theme. But the definition that I saw when I just Googled it, which I actually like much more, because I think that's more of like how I understand it, is an idea that recurs or pervades a work of art or literature. And that's kind of the thing that I equate to like what a theme is it has to be recurring. It has to, that's why I kept calling it a through line. Like it has to tie everything together. But I could also just be wrong. I mean, I'm not going to pretend that I know more than I actually do. This is not a subject that I'm very knowledgeable on. I don't know a lot about like writing and literature. I've taken the college courses. I also forgot most of the material. So I'm looking at this from like a very specific perspective that you could make a strong case that I just do not actually know when I'm just misinformed about it. but that's just how I understand it. So I'm going to chalk this up to it does not fit my understanding of a theme, but does not necessarily mean it's not one. It's just the fact that I am mostly what I'm taking issue with is that they're kind of calling everything a theme, which is almost how the game feels. That's why I say it feels like, I think I say it feels thematically empty. That may not be the word that I use, or the phrase that I use, but that's just, you really, man, it's hard to really describe if you haven't played the game, just how you finish the game and you're like, wow, that was a decent story. What was the point? And it's because I'm kind of picking up on the fact that they're like, oh yeah, this is the theme, and this is the theme, and this is the theme. Well, it's like, well, if everything's a freaking theme, no wonder I don't know what they are, because I'm not going through the story saying like all of this is a theme. I'm going through the story saying like, what is the main theme of the story? You forgot in your college stuff, I'm an engineer and I make my own bridges. Or you make your bridges. Or my bridges. Good lord, words. So I'm just kind of picking up on the fact that it's like every single thing that... They're almost pointing to every single thing that's like relevant to a character. And they're like, well, that's a theme. Like... You can at least say, like, let me use an example from the story. You can at least say that the guilt of Freya feeling like the reason that Baldur is dead is her fault, and she's lashing out at everybody else and blaming everybody else, especially Kratos. You can at least tie that back to the theme of PTSD and trauma recovery, right? That they mentioned. Or the theme of, like, your choices define you. She chose to be overprotective towards Baldur, which and she chose to put that curse on him where he couldn't feel anything, and that ultimately led to his death. Which it's funny, and you can also tie that back to letting go. Like, she does have to get over that, and she does have to let that go to forgive Kratos for it, even though at the end of the day she basically blames herself. It's like, okay, I can take that and I can say that is a theme of her character, because that is something that from the very beginning of the game to pretty far into it she has to get over, and it does recur and it does come back. But this specific one with Brock, it's brought up probably the 15-20 hour mark whenever you get dropped near. And then there's a couple travel dialogues where Mimir's still trying to figure it out, and then it's brought up at Brock's funeral. It's not really, it's not something that comes back a whole lot. So I would consider that more of like, a callback and a metaphor to like, what gets bigger the more you take away a whole. Well, Sindri just lost his brother, and then it pans over to Sindri being all depressed and like walking off when they say it. Okay, that's just a metaphor for his grief. I wouldn't consider that a theme in the story. So hopefully you can kind of see like my thought process there and why this is such a confusing game to talk about from this perspective, because it's not like you can just look at the side quest in God of War 2018 and then look at the main themes in the story and be like, okay, yeah, I see how that ties together. A lot of the time it just doesn't tie together, and it just gets really confusing, and then it fries my brain, and then I have to go sit down and organize my thoughts, and then that's basically what the script that's why it took so long. That's what the script writing process was for me, like sitting down, organizing my thoughts, thinking about it, and then saying like, okay, how am I going to put what I'm thinking into words? And obviously that's how it is anytime I make a video, but it was especially difficult with this one. Anyways, I'm going to insert an ad break and go use the bathroom. I will be right back. Okay, everybody, let me know when you're out of the ads. Also, I had to grab a Dr. Pepper because my voice is starting to not work. He has left us once again. Hey, I always come home with the milk. Okay. Do you think they bit too much? Absolutely. Like they went in confident because they effortlessly resurrected an old series. So I think the way that you're out, cool. I think that the way that Eric Williams described it is he and Corey Barlog sat down and they started asking the question they started the game with is, do we need to make 2 games or can we wrap this up in 1? They sat down, they thought about it, and they decided we can finish this in a single game. I think that it did come down to like the story that they wanted to tell ended up being a lot bigger than they actually had time for. So things do feel very condensed. But at the end of the day, they did succeed in wrapping it up in a single game. The only place you can feel that it really fails is like preparing for Ragnarok itself. It basically boils down to like a bunch of people going around and being like, basically shouting from the rooftops, Ragnarok's happening, come join us. And that's basically all the preparation it took. So that's where I actually go into it in my script. How many pages do I spend talking about that? Oh, was the Valhalla section so long? No wonder this video is a nightmare. It's in my story thoughts section. Discussing the game's main themes. I feel for you, past and future shrimp. That's gonna not be easy. Oh, I listed obsession as one of the themes. Lol, Lamau even. They didn't even mention that one. And I do break down the difference. These are all... So I actually outright say it. Wow, Past Me is really smart. These are all very prominent character themes, but I don't think that they're the main theme. Thank you. Thank you, Past Me, for finding the words that I can't today. Then we talk about pacing. I talk about Laser's video, but I don't list him by name. I suggest that this should have been called God of War Fimbulwinter, where they try to prevent Ragnarok until it becomes inevitable and then ends that way. And then I go into, okay, so starting from this paragraph, we're at 177.31, or 177. How many pages do I spend breaking down how Ragnarok could have been its own game, like the entire game preparing for it? About 2 full pages of just going through basically every single realm and how, based on information that we have in the current version of the game, they could have stretched that over an entire game and it would have been fine. So it is something I talk about that's like they very well could have broken it up. You prefer 1,000 times God of War story being in 2 games rather than what Mass Effect did, which was making the second game filler. Yeah, exactly, and I think that's what they would have done. Not the filler bit, but had they actually made it 2 games, they would have it would have been much smoother. And who's to say? I mean, both games, they didn't need to be 40-hour experiences, you know? Like, God of War 2018, one of the biggest arguments is that the story was too long, so they could have broken it down into, like, 25, 30-hour experiences, and it would have been fine. I would have probably complained that it's shorter than the previous game, but if the overall story we got was better, then who cares? Anyways, back to the story.
Upon that, was it a throwaway thing? You realized you could really stretch to make the ultimate gut punch, or how did this come about?
That was later. That was when we were developing the level itself, and that was, again, Anthony Birch. He brought that one in. We had the idea of the riddles, but Anthony had to populate the riddles, and I think he had come up with that idea of, oh, we can have the payoff at the funeral. Am I remembering this right, Matt? Having the payoff
I think
at
so,
the funeral.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were always looking for one of the things that we knew we wanted to do as soon as.
Excuse me. Are they trying to imply that Anthony Birch is a good writer? Oh my gosh, I cannot believe this. Am I thinking of the right person? That's the freaking... Like, I am thinking of the same Anthony Birch, right? Or are there two Anthony Birches out here and only one of them had the whole lawsuit situation? I absolutely was not thinking of the right person. Oops. Don't ask how, because I would not have a satisfying answer, but I somehow got Anthony Birch and Justin Roiland mixed up. Whoops. Sorry, Anthony. I owe you an apology, dude. That is a really, really big mix-up.
You know, we were driving towards, you know, Brock's tragic demise. Spoilers, obviously. It doesn't really help when you say it after.
No,
you
it's
actually
really
say the
completely
spoilery thing,
pointless.
right?
But yeah. It was a good attempt, man.
But we knew we were always looking for ways. Okay, for you to really feel the gut punch, especially for people who, you know, may have been jumping into Ragnarok without playing 2018, you needed to spend time with Brock. So we were always looking for ways to spend time with Brock. And you got your stuff with Sindri because you're going on adventures with Atreus and everything. But like, you know, that's why we kept, you know, we had him go with you to Vanaheim, at least for the beginning of it, and start the riddle there. And then we knew we wanted the adventure for Svartalfheim. The second.
Whoa, that is, oh my gosh. Fake writer alert. He does not bring that up in Vanaheim. He brings that up in Svartalfheim on the way to get Draupnir. Gosh, I cannot believe this. I cannot believe that lead writing director guy, what's his title again? Narrative director Mount Sophos does not even remember. Gosh, I cannot believe this. Fake fan alert. Justin Roiland, aka Rick and Morty. Yeah, that guy. I don't know how. I got the two mixed up. I just do not understand that. Hi, Sushi. Are you done with your nap? Do you want to get in my lap? Come here. Get up here. Fine, be like that. I didn't want you up here anyways. Do you want some window time? I don't know why you would. It's raining up there. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know how I got that mixed up.
Trip to Svartalfheim. But, you know, over the course of development, you look at, all right, the scope of this thing is really large. We got to start making cuts. And that was the thing that was almost became sacred. And Eric it was very important with him too.
Wait, hold on. Back that up. I missed that.
The course of development, you look at, all right, the scope of this thing is really large. We got to start making cuts. And that was the thing that was almost became sacred. And
well, that answers your question. They did bite off a little too much. I mean, granted, it's like, I'm not going to use that as some like concrete proof that, oh my god, they had to cut stuff. It's amazing. Like they clearly took on too much. Like, cuts are going to happen, but it's the little things. And I think that's something that everybody pretty much knows at this point, that it's like it was a mistake to finish it in a single game. Like, I don't think that's really much of a secret. I feel like most people can agree with that. Hi, Sushi. Don't bite my microphone, please. Don't sniff my Dr. Pepper, please. Do you need me to go get your box so you have somewhere to lay down? All right, she's just gonna do her thing.
Yeah.
And ultimately, fate had to be bullshit because Kratos couldn't die. You know.
Wait, how did that get backed up? What the heck? Did YouTube do its thing again? YouTube did its thing again. So YouTube does this thing where if if you like back it up, sometimes it backs up to like the last saved place, which is freaking forever ago. So I think that's what it did. Where were we?
So we were always looking for
Right.
ways to spend time with Brock, and you got your stuff with Sindri because you're going on adventures with Atreus and everything. But like, that's why we kept, we had him go with you to Vanaheim, at least for the beginning of it, and start the riddle there. And then we knew we wanted the adventure for Svartalfheim, the second trip to Svartalfheim. But, over the course of development, you look at, all right, the scope of this thing is really large. We got to start making cuts. And that was the thing that was almost became sacred. And Eric it was very important with him too. And he was pushing design to say, all right, well, we can cut out bits and the underground stuff with Freya, and we can do whatever we can, but we got to preserve this stuff with Brock so that we land the gut punch later.
Right.
But yeah, it was in the course of preserving time with Brock that it gave us the ability to.
That was another thing that kind of went nowhere. Is the conversation between Freya and Kratos, where she tries to like plant seeds of doubt about whether or not Faye married him specifically so he could start Ragnarok. It's a really good like character moment between the two, and it kind of is supposed to pose the question, or I guess pose the question. I don't know what words mean. It's supposed to pose the question of like whether or not Faye actually like cared about Kratos and Atreus at all, or if they're just a means to an end, which would then like pay back at the very end, which is kind of, sorry if you hear my cat in the background. That's kind of how I tie it together too, is I think at the very end of the story, I basically say like, once you get to that final mural between like Kratos possibly becoming like a leader of like the kind of like taking Odin's place, it's basically like there's just no question about whether or not Faye actually did what she did to try and save them, or if she was just trying to push them down that path. So just a random thought since they brought it up.
Have her in more and more of the riddles just to make that land later.
Yeah, job well done. Freya and Kratos, were there debates amongst the team about, do we hint about a little flirtations by the end? You always wanted to keep it completely platonic. What were the discussions like there?
Oh God, I'm not ready for this conversation.
Never.
There's an entire 2-minute, like minute and a half discussion about this. Cringe.
Never.
Yeah, no, for us, never. No, we.
Hold on, back it up.
Yeah, job well done. Freya and Kratos, were there debates amongst the team about, do we hint about a little flirtations by the end? You always wanted to keep it completely platonic. What were the discussions like there?
Never.
Yeah, no, for us, never. No, they've been through too much together.
Yeah.
And we never wanted, as much as I know that there are people out there who ship them and want them to be Kratos, that was never a thing for us, because we wanted them. Kratos has too much wrapped up in his son and his wife to even be thinking about any other kind of romantic relationship. And, for Freya to go from wanting to kill this man who killed her child to wanting to be in a relationship with him just doesn't feel honest.
Yeah.
So like, I think we just wanted it to be too.
I am so glad that someone finally said it. Like, hey, Sushi, quit it. Where is my section? You know what? That's gonna be. Oh well, there goes the webcam. All right. Well, you just lost your bedroom privileges. Get out. That's right. Get out of here. You can be in the living room now. Here, take your scratch. Your scratch goes too. Alrighty, where did it drop? It is no freaking wonder that I can never do anything around here. Give me like 2, 3, 4 minutes to fix this. I gotta switch to the stream scene so you guys don't see my settings. Yep, you can whine about it all you want. If you wanted to be in here, you should not have thrown my freaking webcam on the floor. Shrimp gonna be going a little crazy for a second. That's probably good enough. Okay. Anyways, what was I saying? Which one was it? This one? Sushi, the destroyer of microphone, for real. Never played Ragnarok. Who is Freya? I don't know. I don't know if that's ironic, but she's like the goddess Freya. Anyways, I was in the process of looking up when no, I was in the process of taking notes for see what happens whenever your cat, let's just leave it at that. You see what happens whenever your cat I'll just call these notes story details, and I'll make a bullet point. Freya and Kratos were never, let me bold and underline, never, I don't think I can bold and no, I can't. Yeah, I can bold or underline. That's cringe. I want to do both. Oh, there just is no underline. I'm just bold and italicized then. Never meant to start a relationship. Oop. Matt Sophos says that Kratos is too invested in Faye and Atreus, and for Freya to go from wanting to kill him to wanting to marry him would feel false. And I will add an extra note that says, "What a freaking Chad." Boom. Okay. I should probably timestamp that. When does this section begin? 28:11. It's just 28:11. I should also probably like grab a link to the actual thingy. That's better. Good lord.
His son and his wife.
Okay. Save. See, the stream was worth it. I mean, I knew it was going to be worth it. I was just dreading it. It's nice when male and female characters who have been through a lot do not end up dating. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Is it's like I understand that the demographic of like gamers are not known for being able to have platonic relationships with women, and I know that's a very, very blanketed like generalization, but it's also true. But no, just like two people can be friends and two people can even on occasion be a little flirty with each other and still like not be interested in dating. And I'm gonna use Gwen and I as an example there, and my voice is starting to really rasp out, so forgive me. I'm gonna use Gwen and I as an example here because it's like she is literally my best friend. Like her and I are super, super close. We have no interest in dating each other. We are literally going to be Valentine's Day this year as a meme, and that is it. So, yeah, gamers are all nice guys. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, no, two people can be really close friends and they can have a very positive, like, male-female relationship without automatically having to date. And I think if more people understood that, then we wouldn't have as many incels in this world.
To even be thinking about any other kind of romantic relationship. And, you know, for Freya to go from wanting...
You're going to tell Alex that I said she was my best friend? He knows that. You can have at least two.
To kill this man who killed her child to wanting to be in a relationship with him just doesn't feel honest.
I think that... Yeah, it kicked back the playback speed too. YouTube's just on something. Okay, let me fix that. He didn't say it false. He said it would not feel honest. What a Chad, Matt Sophos. What a Chad. He understands.
Yeah.
So like, I think we just wanted it to be two warriors who've kind of come to an understanding and they have aligned goals and leave it at that.
And you feel like just for this phase of their life, are you ruling it out forever? You're saying absolutely not. You'll never see them kiss.
If that ever happens, that would be for some other team, some other writer, and some other future project. Like I will never say it can't happen, because I'm sure that there's a way to do that might feel earned and feel cool or something like that.
Yeah.
But
Time has to pass.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me add that note. He said that it may happen in the future, but it will be another team and another writer. God bless you, Matt Sophos. He understands. I cannot you cannot even begin to understand how annoying the freaking like Freya Kratos shipment is, because it's just gross. And I mean that in every like I literally mean that literally. Like, it is just gross. Because they, like he said, they've been through so much together. Kratos has literally like killed her son in front of her, and people are willing to like spin that and make a romance out of it. It just feels gross. Hate saying it, but that's true. Two people of the opposite gender aren't always wanting a relationship. And yeah, there wouldn't be as many nice guys and incels. Did I say that? Dude, I've told you this. How did you not know? Freaking goldfish brain up here. I literally told you that like on New Year's. Cringe. Wow. I guess I see where the standards are then. Gosh, get banned. Speaking of which, why are you not a mod? Boop. Boop. There we go.
They both have to die, then Atreus can bring them out of hell. It's a complicated thing.
So yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, on that whole fan theories and fan request thing, I remember, I think in our last interview about the last game, you all were very wary about diving too much into fan theories. There's always the problem people...
Are we watching someone getting friend zoned in real time? No. If there, so fun thing to learn about her. She is not subtle. She absolutely, if she does have feelings for someone, she cannot hide it, because she has freaking ADHD brain of a 4-year-old, where if she had any feelings for me whatsoever, I would know, and by extension, everybody in this chat would know. So if there's if there's ever any like doubt or question, just understand that she has the subtlety of a brick, and you would know. Oh no, that's an ascension. Excuse me, the brain age is like 5. Well, that's why we share a brain cell, because we both literally we're on a binary maturity level that bounces between 30 and 3.
Accurately predicting the end of the next game and all this stuff. What was that relationship like now in retrospect? Just seeing fan theories?
No, I feel like if you were to actually play poker with her, you would just have to take one look at her face, and you would either see like she would either start cackling because she has a good hand, or you would just see defeat already, and she'd just probably just leave. She just get it from the table, be like, "Excuse me for a second," and then just never come back.
Pop up? Were there any that you're like, damn it, that is a really good idea, I wish that we were connecting these threads? Or what is that kind of dance with the very eager community predicting the future of events like?
No, I will call you out for that, because it's funny every time.
You try not to read that stuff.
Yeah.
Anyways, I did not even hear the question.
We're very wary about diving too much into fan theories. There's always the problem people accurately predicting the end of the next game and all this stuff. What was that?
Quantum maturity depends on the observer. Exactly. No, like there are times where her and I have like legitimately like very deep, very mature conversations about stuff. Usually Usually never publicly, because stream time is like screw around time. And then there's times where her and I just like get in our head we're gonna do something really, really stupid on Lethal Company, and then just proceed to do it. And it's always implicit. Like, we always just understand. We don't have to communicate what we're doing. We just always understand.
Relationship like now in retrospect, just seeing fan theories pop up? Were there any that you're like, damn it, that is a really good idea, I wish that we were connecting these threads? Or what is that kind of dance with the very eager community predicting the future of events like?
We try not to read that stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah, we try not to read it, you know?
Okay, but now it's game on. Now you can go read everything, right?
Yeah, now we can kind of go read everything.
Okay.
I think that, like, I don't think there's anything that we really just go, oh damn, now somebody said that and we can't do that, or that. Yeah, I don't know. I think for us it's like, I love seeing what fans come up with and like what they're drawn to and everything like that. But I want to give people, this sounds so pretentious, excuse my language, but I want to give people what they need and what the story needs, not necessarily what they want, because a lot of times the things we want aren't the things that like actually feel true and are what we need or the story needs. So I don't think that it's really not that much of a consideration. The consideration is making sure that fans enjoy what we're doing and we give them something that feels.
You also think that incels, femcels, and nice guys or girls don't treat the opposite gender as people with pros and cons. They're either subhumans to be condemned or gods to be worshipped. Yeah, it's definitely very much a dynamic of like, I am only viewing you as a potential partner, not as an actual person. And I've only had one situation with a femcel though, and it was like actually at my job. She was a manager who was just, I was nice to her, and that was my mistake. And yeah, sometimes we have big brain communication time, sometimes we have no brain single cell organism time. Why he sounds like my parents whenever I ask for ice cream. It comes with a beard.
Earned and feels like it's how it should be,
right?
But it's not about like looking at their ideas and cherry picking or avoiding because they said something,
right? Otherwise it's like, okay, then you would just get Mjolnir as a weapon and everybody would get exactly what they wanted, and it'd be kind of.
Also, I'm going to skip this next ad break. I've been skipping a lot of the ad breaks, but it's fine.
Boring, ultimately, you know? So the whole idea of Kratos was secretly the world serpent, that must have come across your desk at some point, right? Never a consideration?
Never.
Wow, you're really going to call me out for that. Cannot believe this.
I think that one actually surprised me.
Really?
If you can speak to this too. Just because I think that came from that image on the wall and Atreus, holding Kratos and what looks like a snake coming out there.
Right.
But like, if memory serves, I can't remember the exact language of it, but that was just a visual representation where swirling around there, I think it's almost like word balloons, and it says lamentation or something like that in Old Norse.
Right.
And it's just his, grief coming out. That's what it always was. And then I saw the theories of like, oh, he's going to become the world serpent, and the world serpent, because of the algae and stuff, looks like he has a beard. So it's kind of like Kratos, and he's white like Kratos. And I was just like, whoa, that's out on a limb. Cool.
The one where Kratos was secretly Tyr, was that ever a consideration?
No, we knew. I mean, there was a reason why back in 2018, like we had Tyr. Tyr was always just supposed to be the counterpoint to Kratos's in 2018 that all gods are evil.
Right.
It's to show that there is a way. You can be a god of war, and it's this kind of like example to strive for. Because Kratos has many examples that show that gods are crap, and so that was Tyr's purpose always for 2018. And then I think that's obviously we did other stuff with him in this.
Yeah, even Richard, going back to like that early draft of 2018, Tyr was always just kind of the antithesis.
Yeah. I mean, he was a clone. He was always supposed to be a clone for Kratos. Of like he was a god of war as well. You were a god of war. Why weren't you like that? Like you could have been more. You be better.
Was it a challenge then when, at least according to interviews, Eric has said that he pitched the narrative team on the idea of like, yeah, but what if he's Odin the whole time? Was it a challenge to be like, oh, but that kind of robs his character that we kind of loved as his own thing?
That's the thing. I don't remember when it came up. I thought it was fairly early.
My cat is quite literally slapping my door right now, so You're probably gonna hear that. I just, I just don't trust her not to pull the webcam off my desk again. So I can't afford her to be breaking that.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
early because we even had a different version of how the reveal was going to happen.
Tyr isn't really a god of war in the actual mythology. Interesting. How can you be a god of war if you don't want wars to happen? I think it comes down to it's like, from my understanding, at least in the setting of God of War, the God of War is the person to kind of lord over, like set the. They kind of go into this in the DLC. The God of War is the person who sets rules and regulations for conflicts and enforces those rules whenever they're broken. They are not necessarily someone who perpetuates war. So Tyr could be a god of war, but he could also be someone who values life and would rather solve conflicts peacefully and prevent those conflicts, as opposed to being someone who perpetuates it, as like Ares and Kratos would have back in the Greek saga. So it's definitely a concept that in an actual mythology, or not mythology, but in an actual like an actual theology, would be probably something you wouldn't really expect. You would expect the god of war to be the god who is responsible for and creates wars. And the concept of the God of War series, I think it works well for the story they're going for, because it is supposed to be a what's the word? A reflection of like Kratos. So he's a god of justice in the actual mythology. I think that fits his characterization in the games better. It's just they have to give him the God of War title to be that reflection. I don't know a lot about Norse mythology. Any references to Norse mythology I make are very, very niche, and that's about it. They gave the big snake a beard, but not hair. Damn, even Snake gone bald. And my cat is whining. That is... Yeah, she does demand attention, but it's like... Wait. We gotta move in together, and then I can babysit the cat while you do these. You are propositioning. Wow. See, I knew it. I knew you just wanted the money. I was literally about to say that before I read that chat. I was like, you really just don't want to have to pay rent. There's no one god of war in the myth of Odin and Thor are considered gods of war. Gotcha. Okay, I'm going to see if she will shut up in the next 5 minutes. If she doesn't, then I will let her in and keep her away from my webcam. Otherwise, we're going to have Destructo too. No, you're fine. You're fine if you're 30 seconds behind, dude. It's all good. Yeah, that's the thing. I know you just want to mooch off of my actually very, very little amount of money to not have to pay rent. I see how it is. Yeah, she's a crybaby. It was actually easier whenever I had my stuff in the closet because it drowned it out more. I'm looking at getting, I mentioned this at the start of stream, I'm looking at getting a separate smaller setup in my closet where just for recording, because of the fact that it's like, otherwise this will be picking up in my recordings and we can't have that. All right, let me let her in 1 second. Are you going to destroy my stuff again? Don't destroy my stuff. Where's your toys at? Where are your toys? Let's go get your toys. Gotta put that there, put that there. Okay, stay away from my cables. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't want to annoy anyone. How large is my closet? It's a decent sized walk-in closet, honestly. It could fit my entire, like, what is it? My computer desk is probably like 48 inches by 35 inches, so like 48 wide, 35 long. and it fit the entire desk in there. It's pretty decent sized. I just had to move all my clothes out, but I got tired of having all my clothes in my coat closet, so I moved everything. Yeah, it's really nice sized. I could fit a small desk and a chair and like my laptop and a single monitor in there and do my recording in there. It also the audio just sounds better when I record it in there, so I only moved it out because it was just getting, since it's obviously a closet, it doesn't have any vents. It was getting way too hot in there with my PC in there. So this is another reason that recording the audio has taken so long, is there's no comfortable space to do it. If I do it in my bedroom, there's like a noticeable echo. If I do it in the closet, it's just way too hot. Ow, ow, stop. Stop it. Speaking of, she causes me a lot of problems too because she's teething. Spoilers, Sushi's gonna drop the data again. I would rather she didn't. Tyr's about to perform Virgil's deadliest attack. Okay. Ah, no! Where was I? Crap. I think we're about here.
Because of the algae and stuff, looks like he has a beard, so it's kind of like Kratos, and he's white like Kratos, and I was just like, whoa, that's out on a limb? Cool.
Listen, Gwen. When she clamps down on your foot, teeth and all, then you can try not to yell at her. I already try not to on a daily basis anyways, because I don't want to, like, instill anxiety in my cat, but she very much will, like, maul my legs if I don't do something. First time catching a work stream, and this is not what I expected. They are extremely disorganized, honestly. Especially since I adopted my cat Sushi, and she's just constantly interrupting. So they are not. It's honestly, my work streams are a circus. They are a straight up circus. Yeah, I've seen, but not the point.
Cool. Yeah.
The one where Kratos was secretly Tyr, was that ever a consideration?
No.
Okay,
no,
so we need to skip
knew.
forward a little bit. Oh my god, I did it again.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a new.
I suck at life.
Kratos is in 2018 that all gods are evil.
Right.
It's to show that there is a way. You can be a god of war, and it's this kind of like example to strive for. Because Kratos has many examples that show that.
I need a circus theme song. I need something like that. Something like that.
Gods are crap, and so that was Tyr's purpose always for 2018. And then, I think that's obviously we did other stuff with him in this.
Yeah, even Richard, going back to like that early draft of 2018, Tyr was always just kind of the antithesis.
Yeah. I mean, he was a clone. He was always supposed to be a clone for Kratos. Of like he was a god of war as well. You were a god of.
Get a laser pointer and wear her out. Yeah, funny thing about that. There was a day where I got her sprinting around the apartment for probably 30 to 45 minutes straight. She laid down for 15 minutes and then she was right back at it. Literally not. So I got her to lay down and take a nap for 15 minutes. And then she got back up and started immediately going back to it. And I was like, dude. Now, in fairness, so she, like I said, she is teething because she's only 4 months old. So she is at like, she's in pain. That's why she's biting everything. She has not been spayed. And that is she's getting to that age where she's just extremely hormonal. And all in all, she's just in peak. Oh, and she's a calico. Nobody told me that calicos are cats on hard mode. Nobody told me that until after I adopted one. So she is just in peak psychopath hours right now, and it's probably not going to calm down until the end of March when I get her spayed, and then things will start hopefully chilling out, especially after the 6-month mark. It's not going to be, I'm not expecting her to sleep 20 hours a day, but she won't be she's trying to climb my walls. right now. Like, not right this second, but my walls are in my apartment are like a little bit textured, and she seems to think that they're climbable. So I will catch her like attempting to climb up my walls. I cannot express enough when I say that this cat is a psychopath that I literally mean it. But obviously I love her. I'm not going to rehome her. I don't abuse her. I don't hit her. Nothing like that. It just wears on my patience. I think the only time I've ever smacked her, she did actually like bite down on my heel and like clamp, and I could not get her off. Well, that's the thing is, there's a couple reasons I don't just want to let her outside. First of all, we have other cats in the area, and she is still a kitten. She hasn't gotten all her shots yet. She's not due for all her shots, and I do not want her getting pregnant. So yeah, definitely making her an outside cat is not the strat. She might actually like get killed by the other cats around here.
Why weren't you like that? Like you could have been more. You be better, you know.
Was it a challenge then? When, at least according to interviews, Eric has said that he pitched the narrative team on the idea of like, yeah, but what if he's Odin the whole time? Was it a challenge to be like, oh, but that kind of robs his character that we kind of loved as his own thing?
That's the thing. I don't remember when it came up. I thought it was fairly early.
It was early because we even had a different version of how the reveal was going to happen. I think what I remember there was a time when we were driving towards, okay, Mimir's not with you for some reason. And, or even if he is, it doesn't really matter because Tyr has the same eyes as Mimir.
That's right.
And so what we were going to do is like, all right, we're going to Asgard or whatever. And we go to the temple because Tyr has the eyes and that, you know, he was going to, but since Odin doesn't really have the eyes and those are fake, it's all a glamour essentially. That was when it was going to all fall apart for him.
Yeah. I'm in the US. So you're right. Cats around here are weird. It's nothing I can't handle. It's only during streams that because I'm not actively like paying attention to her and I'm not actively like playing with her for hours on end. That's whenever she kind of starts getting psycho and starts like demanding my attention. Other than that, on an average day, it's really not that bad. It just seems bad because it's only at its worst when I'm streaming. From experience, having 2 kittens is easier to take care of. Yeah, but that would require me to pay pet. See, that's the thing. I would have to pay pet rent for like 2 pets. So it would just be like way more expensive, but it's also a first time experience for me. So hey, Sushi, don't do it again. Don't bark at me. Stay away from that cable. Here, where's your thingy at? Come here. I'm just gonna keep these on hand so that whenever she starts going towards the webcam cable, I can distract her away from them. Yeah, pet rent is cringe, but my apartment has it. It's like $35 a month per pet.
But yeah, it was real early that we made the switch. I think it must have been as simple as Eric saying, well, what if Odin is Tyr? And we go, we got to refactor some things. and then we went to the board and started removing cards and figuring out how that would work. But yeah, it felt like a good twist as soon as it was thought up.
Yeah, it's a weird feeling playing the game just the entire time. I'm like, what? Why aren't you talking to Tyr more? Like, I want to sit down in that house and talk to him for hours and everything.
See, I agree. Cats are cheap, and I did get her for free. But keeping up with their shots, at least I don't know if it's standard like worldwide right now, but vet bills are very expensive right now, and getting her spayed is also gonna be pretty expensive. So it's just it's like the just got pet startup cost right now. Do you want your snake? There's your snake.
Everything's just kind of like yeah. Even like towards the end when it's about to fall apart, when he has that line where he's like, oh, the mask. That's what Odin tortured me about. And it's like, wait, somebody needs to say, what are you talking about here? You have so much more information, but it all makes sense ultimately for why that has to happen.
That was one of the not tricky things, but one of the things that we had to do and we had to keep going back to is going like, okay, Atreus is in Asgard and you see Odin in Asgard. So we go back to Kratos. Tyr has to be in the closet, dealing with his PTSD and things like that. So that, so it was just, it was like tracking those little threads to make sure it was possible for Odin to be in both places.
And to make it believable that he could trick both Mimir and Freya.
Right.
You know?
That's tough. That's tough. Okay, I'm sure you've heard it. Seems like a big piece of feedback for this game, other than, my God, this game's great.
Wow, room size closets. Well, it's not room size. It's just it's decent sized. We don't need a Starfield. We need a GTA with all cultures of the world in one city. What? Were those two sentences related to each other? Hey, get off my leg. Get off my leg.
Great, absolutely fantastic. There's a lot of people being like, why are these characters talking so much when I'm trying to solve these puzzles? And how is there not an option to turn this off? Did you expect that much feedback about it, or what do you think, Richard?
I'm going to throw this one to Matt.
Hey, what do you think, Matt?
Inside baseball for game development, you try and get everything in, and then you try and get it tuned. And, towards...
Also, this thingy, I actually, this is how I found this interview, was through this one. Please stop attacking me. Where's your thing at? There it is. Attack this.
The end of a project, contractors start leaving, and we didn't get it tuned well enough, and it didn't get exposed to us until the game came.
Yeah, so pet rent is basically, I don't know if it's, I see which cable you're on. Stay off it. Pet rent is basically whenever the apartment goes, if you want to have pets, we're increasing your rent by this amount, and you're paying a pet deposit. So you don't just do pet deposits anymore. You do pet deposits and pet rent, which is why I said it was cringe. Anyways, what is she doing now? Oh, she's just chewing on her T-Rex. That's okay.
Came out because even when we had play tests, we never saw feedback about the characters talking too much or editing too quickly or something.
It wasn't until the game came out, and it was like, well, shit, why? If we'd known that, we would have responded.
That was certainly never the goal. I think it was just, somehow the timing for the first hint was too aggressive and should have had a much longer countdown timer before something comes up.
Right.
It's not going to happen again.
Okay. Would there ever be an option of patching in the ability to turn that off or to slow it down a little bit?
I would love for that to be a thing, but I'm not going to write checks that our good buddy John Burke would have to cash, because that is some coding that I don't know how difficult it would be.
Okay. Is it a situation of I think of in Vanaheim, I think it's the first area where it really hit me with Freya, is a situation of play tests, you realize people are getting stuck in this area, a design team says, what are we going to do? Okay, we can write some more lines for plug it in, let's go ship it.
Yeah, that is exactly what happens a great many times. This isn't quite landing correctly. People are struggling here. What can we do? Well, the cheapest thing is to write a bit of banter to throw on there, and we'll trigger it.
Right. Stop. Okay. So it was surprising to see the feedback on the internet of oh, damn, this is hitting harder than I thought.
Yeah, I think, because we were thrilled to see that the game came out, and most of the reaction was, damn, it's really polished, not many bugs, all that kind of stuff, because when you're making a game, sorry if this is a little bit too frank, everything feels like it's on fire until it's not. And it doesn't matter if that's, if you're making a small indie project, which I have done before, or you're working on a big AAA thing, everything is a disaster until it's not. And so we were, just coming in screaming hot, trying to make sure that all the plates are still spinning when we get that gold build made. Yeah, I think it just kind of, it fell where.
So yeah, no, when he says people get stuck in this area, he's not talking about DSP. It is actually just a part of, I think Game Maker's Toolkit made a video that I referenced in my video directly, where, owl, claws, watch yourself, where it's during playtesting, they'll have people playtesting, and if they get stuck on a puzzle, then they'll have to go back and, like they said, just write some dialogue to kind of help get people through it. The issue is that the timer for that dialogue was way too short, so you're getting these hints before you actually need them. And he mentioned, I don't know if he's mentioned it yet, but he probably already has, that no one really brought up the issue in playtesting, that the dialogue was triggering too soon. So they didn't even know it was an issue until after the game shipped and people started complaining about it. I'm not sure how that would be such a hard thing to fix from a coding perspective. Just take whatever that timer is and increase the number. But that's also from the perspective of someone who doesn't know how to code. So, as we can see, it was never patched. So it was either too difficult or just too minor. Developing in a white box and then making something like beta is like 1 week of work away, and the difference is, yeah, exactly. And if Gwen was still here, which I don't think she is, she could also add some insight to that from a QA perspective. And the cat has joined the table. Do you want your box? Do you want me to go get your box so you have something to lay on, where you can be part of the conversation? No? Okay.
It fell, and
Yeah.
now we're like, damn it, we missed something.
You're so busy, and like I didn't play the entire game until it shipped, and I was playing like the retail copy, and I'm playing it going, oh shit, they're even hints way too often, because I hadn't played it.
Yeah, of
It's
course.
just, there was too much going on. There was too much to service. So yeah.
It happens. I can't imagine what it's like to process this game and keep it all in your head and manage all this stuff. What about the flip side? Surprises for dialogue lines that hit a lot harder than you expected, things that were talked about more than you expected.
Oh, Gwen is QA and not just a cringe weeb. Nice to have a dev in here. Yeah, yes. So she was talking earlier because she does it's public knowledge, so I'm allowed to say it. Hey, don't bite my microphone, dude. If you're gonna bite something, don't bite the freaking $250 microphone. So yeah, she was talking earlier because she does QA for Bethesda, and she's previously worked on some Fallout titles. Not gonna say which one, but she doesn't work on it now, so that's the only reason I'm allowed to say it at all. So yeah, she does have a kind of QA perspective, and she does give some really good insight to, at least in the Bethesda sphere, how the production scene works, and how most of the time there can sometimes, not most of the time, but there can sometimes be a disconnect between what QA is telling the people in production, as they call it. They don't use terms like developers. They use term like QA in production. I hope I'm allowed to say that. I think that's okay, because that's like an industry-wide thing. It's not like a Bethesda specific thing, but basically it's like there can be a disconnect between like what is going on in QA and what is going on the production side, and that's where we start to get situations like this. Except in this case, it's like QA in this specific case with Ragnarok, QA and playtesting and all that was not mentioning this issue to production, and that's why it was never addressed. Don't bite the microphone. You can sniff it all you want, but you can't bite it. I see you looking at it like you think it tastes good. It's not. It's just foam. Actually, you chew on cardboard, so you might think that tastes good. Do you want to say hi to chat? Do you want to say hi to chat? No? You just want to sit here? Okay. Please ask her if Creation Engine is the only engine they can run anymore. Like some tech pre-shits. I don't think she would have. I don't think she would have any information on that, because the tools that they use for, the tools they use for like testing Xbox and PC and PlayStation versions of the games aren't all the same. So she wouldn't have any actual like engine knowledge, to my understanding. It's actually it's very interesting hearing it from and of course like only she would know like how much. She doesn't tell me anything that I can't, that could like get her in trouble. And she does that specifically excuse me. So in situations like this where if I'm asked about it, if it comes up, I don't accidentally say something I'm not supposed to. But yeah, it's very much a she doesn't do any work with the engine. She doesn't actually go in. They're basically given a build, and they have a checklist of things to check in that build, and then they report back any bugs and anything broken and any crashes, any issues. The project she works on now is bit of a disaster, if I'm being honest. But it's common knowledge that it's a bit of a disaster. And basically, most of the stuff they do is just reporting back like, hey, this is broken, this is causing crashes, this is what's going on. And then the developer will go in and take a look at it, see if they can determine the cause and try to fix it, and then update the situation. Gwen confirmed Morrowind remake and New Vegas director's cut. No, she wouldn't even tell me. Like, one of our mutual or my mutual friend, it's her friend, she wouldn't even tell me about the freaking Quake 2 remake. Like, she just said the guy's online handle is Kaju, and she was like, yeah, Kaju's working on something. He's working on something, and I can't tell you. All I can tell you is that he really likes it. I'm like, cool, I guess. What is it? Oh, I can't tell you that. Okay, why did you bring it up then? So I don't get any proprietary information. I don't get anything that is not public knowledge or industry wide to the point where it's okay. Common knowledge, it's a disaster. She works for Bethesda. No, it's not. It's not a Fallout project. She has previously worked on a Fallout project, but it is not a Fallout project. And, I mean, let's be honest, it doesn't really narrow down very much, because every Bethesda game that's come out since Fallout 4 has been common knowledge that it's a disaster. Unless you're counting, like, Xbox umbrella projects like Hi-Fi Rush. No, yeah, I knew it was a joke, but it's like, still. If I don't clarify, she will get upset because she's gonna be like, "Why are you letting them think I work on Fallout 76?" I was like, "I'm not, dude. I don't control the opinion of the room." Redfall 2, man, they gotta fix Redfall 1 before they look at 2. That's actually a video that I need to make as a Redfall video. It's on my list. But if I did make a Redfall video, since it's a technically it's a Bethesda game when really it's an Arcane game, she would want, since she also owns Redfall, she would want me to like play it with her, and then we'd just be fast traveling everywhere, like whenever she played it on stream. And I was like, hey, can we go like run around and explore? And she's like, no, just fast travel back to the base. I'm like, okay, fine. That was actually the biggest point of contention while we were playing it. Skip ad. Okay, we're almost done with this.
Well, Death Can Have Me When It Earns Me is the one that just like lit the world on fire. And when you play in the game, it's just a line in the middle of a sled story. And I think it was, you know, because of our creative services group and making that trailer and cherry picking that line. And it was then when I went, oh, damn, that is a good line.
I remember, Matt, when you reviewed the script, you said like, damn, that's a good line.
Oh, yeah.
Don't sit on my headphones. I have to back all that up because cat attack. She sat on my headphones and pulled them out.
Line in the middle of a sled story, and I think it was, you know, because of our creative services group and
do a platonic collab of Redfall like Patrician TV in private sessions did a platonic playthrough of Fallout 76. I'm trying to think. It's like, do I want to make that joke? Because doing analysis videos together is apparently a fast track to getting married.
Making that trailer and cherry picking that line. And
I have a lot of patience with the cat, or just in general, because it's like, I kind of don't have a choice. I've been dealing with it pretty much since I got her, and I got her in the start of December, and good lord, it's only been 2 months. It feels like so much longer than that. It must have been the end of November. Why would I want to do a Redfall video? Just cause I think it'd be interesting. The little bit of Redfall I played was kind of fun. It has a good concept with its like enemy design and stuff like that. The vampires are a lot of fun to fight, at least in the early game, because that's about as much experience as I have. So it would be fun. Yeah, Pat has mentioned he's gay. I'm not gossiping. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. I heard that in his video too. Now, whether or not he was joking or it's actually true, I think it's true based on some tweets that he put out too. So it's like, yeah, he and Private Sessions are married. Don't you know that?
It was then when I went, oh damn, that is a good line.
I remember, Matt, when you reviewed this.
Real quick, the issue with me interacting with Pat is that I can never tell when he's joking, and it just makes me come off looking like an idiot. I think I may have mentioned this during the last stream. There are like whenever the whole Never Knows Best Kretosis patrician drama was going on in their Discord server, they made a joke about like, oh, this is ableism because Kretosis is autistic. And I didn't realize that they were joking. And I was like, oh shit, I didn't know he was autistic. And and they had to tell me like, no, that was a joke because he's a Fallout fan. Like he's not actually. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna be quiet now. I look stupid.
The script, you said like, damn, that's a good line.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good line.
Yeah, I mean, it killed in the trailer, and those amazing things. Then playing the game, it's like, wait, it's just when I'm riding across the snow. Like it's just kind of, it feels almost like a throwaway moment. It's amazing. But yeah, hats off to the team that made the trailer.
I think the other one was, and this is another, like, hey, he's not here, but we're going to leave more praise on him on Anthony Demento from our from our player investment group. I think one of my favorite things to see is people, players reacting to playing as Atreus and going and punching the chest.
Yes,
for the first time. That was something that he really wanted, and it just ended up so wonderfully done. that
Poor Shrimp. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel anytime I have a conversation with them. I think it's because he's one of those people that it's like he and I just think on two completely different wavelengths, and I don't always see that as a bad thing. It's just something I've experienced with other people before, and it just makes it very, very difficult for me to not come off as a complete idiot while talking to him. So it's like, but as you can tell by the stream, it's like my thought process is extremely chaotic. Like, I really do rationalize information and explain things in a really convoluted way. I've been told that I overcomplicate literally everything. So, if you're not like that, which thankfully the only reason Gwen and I get along so well is because she is also like that. She also, well, that granted, it's like I don't have an excuse. She has ADHD, and that's why she overcomplicates everything and bounces from topic to topic. I do not have an excuse. My brain just worked that way. But yeah, I swear, anytime I've actually interacted with him in his Discord server, I have just come off as extremely stupid. And I'm like, man, this dude had me on his podcast, and he's still gonna think I'm stupid. To understand Pat, you need to realize, 1, he's neurotic, 2, he goes on 4chan's video game board. I mean, I've never been on 4chan, but fair. What is the Kretosis? No, it wasn't Kretosis versus Patrician. It was the Never Knows Best versus Kretosis and Patrician, and technically Asmongold, and some poor guy who put up a Reddit post. And you can find a 12-hour response on EFAP's channel at youtube.com/Mueller. I think it's Mueller. I've watched EFAP like twice for the Synthetic Man response, and of course I tuned into the Patrician TV response because I had to know. I had to know where it would go. It's the most oh yeah, and Zarek. I forgot he also called out Zarek. Called him a trend chaser. Despite the fact that Zarek's been doing like Bethesda content for like longer than I have. He's been doing it for longer than I've been like interested in the scene. I joined the analysis scene in like 2020. I was actually really late to it. He's been doing it for like a while. Besides, in 2015, I was like a sophomore in high school. So for him, for Never Knows Best to be like, yeah, he's a trend chaser, and of course that's not what he said, but that's what he implied. It's like, dude, this guy's been talking about Bethesda and Emil since I was still in high school. Before I even knew who Emil was, the only thing I knew was that I did not like Fallout 4. Dude out here sponsoring EFAP. Hey, just because I said I watched a couple other things doesn't mean I sponsor them. And finally, the cat has calmed down. She is now sleeping. Are you being sleepies? Yeah, you're being sleepies. Did you finally get the message that I need you to calm down? Thank you. I really appreciate it. See, after, like, what, an hour or two of chaos, she calms down.
Like, that one was a big one, too.
Yeah, I was struck, too, by so many people, especially, you know, in the early hours of the game and the early previews and stuff that went up. So many people were talking about, hey, this game's a lot funnier than I expected. It's a lot funnier than 2018, and it seems like a big kind of lightning rod for that discussion was the I do not need a snack line. It's like that one really, that pulled its weight. Well done there.
I think when we did that scene and Chris dropped the line the way he dropped it, we immediately went, this is going to be a meme. This has got to be a meme. Ugh. Just because it's just, it was landed so well.
That feels like
I think
a kiss of death.
The emotional one, I think we always knew that Kratos' story to Atreus in the tent was going to have emotional heft, but I don't know that I thought it would hit as hard as it did. And I think a lot of that is, I mean, credit to Bear McCreary for the entire game, but for that moment, just this nice, subtle, you know, sweet and heartbreaking music that he played over that story, and Chris's performance and the facial animation that our animators really.
See, but I disagree, because the first time I got that scene, Atreus bugged out and he was invisible. So Kratos wakes up in the middle of the night and you hear Atreus' voice, but his model is gone. And I'm just sitting here, I'm like, oh shit, dude's talking to ghosts again. He lost his damn mind, guys. So I'm not saying it's not a good scene, but it's like, that scene was completely ruined for me. Because Atreus wasn't even in there, like in the room with him. And it was just Kratos just like telling this story to himself. I'm like, who are you talking to, dude? Like I have expected Sigrun to walk over and be like, hey boss, like, you okay, dude? You're talking to nobody. Never Knows Best calling Zarek an Emil hating hipster was so ridiculous. Yeah, it's funny because I watched that video and I did not pick up on that line. I've seen people say that he said it, and I'm not calling anyone a liar, but I like, whenever I was listening through it, I did not hear him say that. Obviously, that just means I missed it, but
really had to plus up, you know, from the performance capture was all the pieces kind of came together, and on paper that moment didn't seem like, I mean, it seemed like it would be a nice strong moment, but it didn't have the weight that it ended up having.
Yeah,
that wasn't in the.
Have we been live for long? You know, I'm sorry, Cages. It just occurred to me that I did not actually put in Discord that I was going live, like, at all. So that's my fault. We have been live for about 3 hours. So, okay, I dropped the ball. I'm sorry. I didn't think, since we have like 11 people in here and that's pretty average, I was like, oh, I must have just not, you know, forgotten the most basic thing, but I'm brain dead today, so please forgive me. Is Never Knows Best wrong in the Kratosis and Patrician situation? Ooh, words. I really fumbled that. I'm gonna say yes. For 2 reasons. One, he pretty poorly, he misrepresents the situation pretty badly. I don't agree with the take that it's like a psyop, but he does misrepresent the situation pretty badly, and he does take a lot of things out of context, or he misunderstands certain points, and he tries to point the finger at who is responsible for Emil's like, quote unquote harassment, but I don't think there's any one person to blame. It's been built up over the course of several years, since at least Fallout 3, right? So he was trying to put the blame on like Kratosis and Patrician and the guy who made that Reddit post, but they're not really to blame. They were just calling out issues that they were seeing. And now I will stand by the fact that I think Kratosis' work is at its best when he's not being inflammatory. And I think that his response was because I watched his response, it was extremely level-headed. And if he presented himself that way more often, I would actually watch his content. Now, I'm not trying to say that I think his content is bad. It's just I have to be in a very specific mood to like kind of eat into that level of negativity, and most of the time I'm just not there. But so I think Never Knows Best is wrong. But the second reason is Emil himself went on Twitter and basically said like, yeah, this is crazy, guys. I'm not that important, and went on with his life. Yeah, and like you said, Code, that's not even mentioning the plagiarism and the freaking I don't think the plagiarism thing is as bad as him calling for a defamation lawsuit. I think that that's really where it's like, okay, you're really pushing this, dude. If you're thinking that Emil has been defamed based on this one recent situation, when Emil has been publicly criticized for at least, like I said, it at least started with Fallout 3. People did not like Fallout 3. It got worse after Fallout 4. But even then, we're looking at what Fallout 4 was 2015, it's 2024. This would have been 2023 at the time. We're looking at 8 or 9 years, probably closer to 8.5 years of criticism leading up to where it's at now. Never Knows Best is right about Pat getting Emil to collab. I mean, if you want that interpretation, sure, but I mean, I tend to believe Pat whenever he said in his response video that the only reason that he put out those tweets is to show that he was not the person avoiding that conversation. And he said it was going to be an unmonetized interview that he would get no money off of. So what exactly would be the point? You're not gonna, I mean, interviewing Emil is not going to give you any clout, and the dude was already hitting millions of views on his videos anyways, so why would it matter? In both the defamation and the plagiarism claims, they were such wet noodle arguments. Yeah, and the thing I've heard is that and I've of course heard this. I haven't actually looked into it, so take it with a grain of salt. The requirements for like a defamation case are much lower in the UK than they are here in the US. I know here in the US, defamation is actually a very big deal, and you basically have to prove that there was like considerable damage done to you and your reputation. No, that's the thing. He said you have an out, not as if Emil owed him a response. He said you have an out, as in, if you want the situation to quit, just do an interview with me. Like, if I tell someone, like they do something that pisses someone off, and I'm like, hey, you have an out, just do this. That's just a suggestion to get the situation to stop. That's not saying you owe me anything. Now, if he came out and said, you know, I feel like given the amount of criticism, you kind of owe it to me, or you owe it to yourself to do this interview, that's different. But it all comes down to whether you're going to believe, whether you're going to take because keep in mind, these are all things that like Pat has clarified. So it's like you're either going to listen to his clarifications and say, no, you're lying, I believe the outsider's perspective, or you're going to take what he says at face value, or you're going to try to strike some middle ground between the two. Considering that I was one of the people who watched Patrician's Starfield video, and I kind of just implicitly understood what he meant with the design doc thing, since he did clarify that there was documentation for Starfield, but there was not a central design document. I was one of the people who understood that. But there were a lot of people who didn't understand that, one of which was Synthetic Man, by the way. Synthetic Man does cite like Patrician as him saying there was no design document, and that's still incorrect. And yeah, also keep that in mind, and I don't mean this to sound mean, but it's also true. English is not Purdy's like first language. He is Spanish, and so there are going to be times where it's like he said, his maybe my English sucks. It's just, I feel like a dick just for saying that, but it's honestly true. There's times where he just says stuff and it's just like a misunderstanding. But I definitely agree with you, KK. It's like I really feel like I butchered kind of explaining that, and I feel like an asshole now. So sorry, but yeah, it doesn't qualify as harassment. Imagine taking 3 hours to watch 30 minutes. Oh my god, it's almost like the first hour was just us talking. You know what? I take back every compliment I've given you on the course of this stream. You're not my best friend. You're just a mutual friend to Haley now. Lack of design document is no core experience and anything goes in a story-heavy style game. And that's the thing is the crux of Never Knows Best argument is him saying there was no design document when he did clarify, and I don't blame him for not stopping to clarify every single time he said it, but he did say that there is a design document, there is documentation, but there was not a central core design document. And it's missing that clarification that caused the whole thing. And they even said, I don't know if I think they said it on the stream that like if Patrician had just said there's no central core design document every single time, then there wouldn't have even been a case against him. Is there a TLDR for this? My understanding is Patrician is just right in his criticism. So yeah, the TLDR is that Emil has been getting criticized pretty much starting with Fallout 3 and peaking at 2015 with Fallout 4 and kind of just going downhill from there. Never Knows Best wanted to take a stance against what he saw as harassment, and he was trying to be a contrarian in the situation. So he picked out what he thought he could prove as the root cause of Emil getting harassed, which happened to be a Reddit post in 2015 about a talk that Emil gave, Kretosis's own criticisms of Emil, Patrician's criticisms of Emil, and then Zarek and Asmongold, like, on top of that. So it all comes down to the fact that it's like, he wanted to be a contrarian and take a stance against something he saw it was wrong, but in the process of doing so, he just turned around and did exactly to everybody else what he claimed that they were doing to Emil, and came off really hypocritical as a result. I don't believe that the entire video was just was like a psyop. I do think that it was slightly personal, because he did include the bit where Patrician called him a cuck on the Skyrim stream, and he did leave out the context for what he was saying. So it's a really messy situation, and it just comes down to the fact that it's like one man was British and he was against the world. But I do think there was a level of like personal like digs and stabs against Patrician because of the fact that Pat called him a cuck back in 2021, 2020. By the way, has the kitty box been working well? Yeah, I don't have it up here right now, but I did last night. The friendship has been revoked. Exactly. I want my plane ticket money back. I'm surprised he managed to make the video in 3 weeks. That's the thing. That's how I know that it wasn't some like deeply well thought out like bait video, because of the fact that it was made in 3 weeks. Not just because of the time component, but because 3 weeks is just enough time for him to be seeing red from the situation and make something purely bait from like an emotional perspective, and then release it without any second thought. Because I almost did the exact same thing with Battlefield 2042. Like I mentioned this before, I made a full 45 to 50 minute video on Battlefield 2042, basically being a contrarian and talking about why the game is good, because I was pretty much just angry that the developers were receiving death threats, and I thought it was stupid. And then as I'm watching back the video, I realized that it sucks. So I didn't upload it. Because I wasn't actually analyzing the game itself, I was just being a contrarian. What Never Knows Best cuck thing has given me PTSD. Do you mean like his whole like little analogy of like Elder Scrolls being his girlfriend? Because yeah, that even whenever I watched that Skyrim video and I thought it was pretty good, I still skipped that section because it is just so long. Well, I can't speak for others' critiques that I haven't seen, although Asmon's... Yeah, Asmongold is he's just a person who just talks about, like, trending issues and just gives his opinion and nothing more. Which is why I think it's weird that people actually worship, like, everything he says. I'm still waiting for Under the Mayo canceling shrimp video for all your roasts. Hey, like I said, the whole Never Knows Best situation did make me realize that I need to cool it with, like, outright calling out and directly criticizing other people that I don't know and judge only based on their content. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like Patrician's stuff was sourced, and Never Knows Best trying to prove that he took those sources out of context isn't very convincing. And because there's a point in the video that they stopped during the EFAP stream that I noticed, because Never Knows Best says he took a source out of context, but he didn't play the whole context. And they were like, why didn't you play the context for that clip? And I thought the same thing when I saw it. So I legitimately think that he was like trying to take a stance against like whatever he felt harassment Emma was receiving. And it just came out in some of the things he said are in really poor taste. That's not a me problem. That's something to take up with the airline. Yeah, American's not giving me my money back. I hope it doesn't sound too rude, but Asmongold has always struck me as moist critical at home. I have some opinions about Asmongold that would get my channel nuked by his fans if I actually shared them. One of the things I will say, because it can be backed up probably the best, is I just think Asmongold is an extremely disgusting person. Like, actual health and living space wise. I saw a video on Twitter not too long ago where there was like footage of straight up big ass cockroaches crawling on him like while he's on stream. And yeah. No. Like, I just, for context, I like not deep cleaned, but I spent like hours cleaning my apartment yesterday because I was like, it's looking a little dirty in here, and it was literally just cluttered. And then there's him like living in absolute filth. Not to say I'm better, but that's kind of one of the things that like it's like, how can you take anyone seriously when they don't even take care of themselves? We should probably get back to the interview. I think you're probably right. Asmon is just reactionary in his chat. His chat is worse than his room. Yeah. See, I'm glad even you mentioned his room, because that actually is like, I'm trying not to be rude. But that's the sort of thing that it's like I just do not understand. Asmon having a disgusting room is old news. I thought this was common knowledge. It is, if you keep up with him. But it's not, I don't keep up with him, so this is like not new news to me, but there being actual like video footage of like roaches crawling on him while streaming is something that I was not expecting. It's like, clean your freaking room, dude. Like, Jesus, grow up.
Yeah, in the original outline for it, it was the writer on the scene, Ali Sampson, who brought that story. They were just going to kind of go to sleep, but you know, I read the first draft of the scene, and it had this whole story in there, and it was like, this part, you know, like there was so much narrative in that section, because you're going up the bridge and you're meeting all the people who are going to take part in Ragnarok, and then you go into that scene, and then you're going to go into the Fade flashback, and then you got to come out of that and have Kratos tell his speech before Ragnarok, and it was like, there's going to be too much shit, but it was so good that it was just, you know, we had to do it, and it all just came together beautifully.
Yeah. Is there big stuff that...
And one more derailment, and then I'll get back on topic, but that's the thing, Denk, is it's not that he was like letting it, so I don't mean to portray it as if he was like letting them crawl on him, but the fact is that they were. And they were big. They were not small. I'm not talking like little I'm not talking about the little like German cockroaches, the tiny ones that you turn on lights and they scatter. These things were decent sized. And yeah, it was it's definitely, it gives you a very negative impression of this person whenever I am expected to, I mean, this isn't modern day Diogenes, I'll say. Like, there are people who actually worship everything that Asmongold says, and they take everything he says to heart, and they think that he is like the authority of like whatever he's talking about. But I guess maybe in my mindset, it's like, how can I take somebody like that seriously when they don't even take care of themselves? He doesn't even react like a normal person would with a cockroach on them. It's like happened before many times. He's used to it. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, he may say something every now and then that's pretty accurate to whatever he's talking about, but I don't know. Maybe I just make it too personal with like the people that I listen to, and like whether or not they are, I don't know, man. I'm trying to navigate this without outright being like, yeah, I think he's a disgusting freaking human being. But that's basically what I'm trying to avoid saying. I think he is a disgusting human being. I think he's a hedonist, or hedonist, however you say it. I think that he tries too hard to speak for like the average person, but most of what he says is usually very extreme, and he doesn't put a lot of critical thought into really anything that he says. He just stream of consciousness shouts his opinion and people eat it up. That's what I was trying to avoid saying. So I have a very low opinion of him. And I can't even make the excuse I can make with Mayo, where it's like I disagree with the points that Mayo makes in his videos, and I think that I disagree with how he analyzes games, but he's probably a decent person. I don't even feel comfortable making that comparison to Asmongold just because I know his living conditions. And it's like, I would not even just in a purely casual, non-professional environment, I would not associate with someone who lives in that type of filth. I get depresso espresso many times, but like, holy shit, what you gotta do to be like Asmongold? Your room is dirty with clutter most of the time, but I would never accept. No, dude, I'm like terrified of having freaking cockroaches. Like, and something I should probably clarify, because this hits really close to home, because the first apartment I moved into, whenever I moved out of my parents' house last October, had a bed bug infestation. And they had to move me to another unit. I had to give it a few weeks to make sure that all my stuff was clean. And then I had to pay to get out of that complex. So, I mean, it's February at this point. I know that the situation is taken care of, but whenever you have to like actually live in that situation, it really makes you rethink like the conditions that you live in. And to this day, like, I mean, it caused some serious, like, I'm not going to say psychological trauma, but it screwed me up for a few weeks or a few months, where I was like extremely on edge, extremely paranoid, until enough time has passed where I am confident that the issue has the danger is past. But those first few weeks after I moved into a new unit over there, before I even paid to get out of my lease and moved to a new apartment complex, that it still like stressed me out. So to see someone who's like content to just live in those conditions is absolutely disgusting to me. Anyways, I shouldn't be telling that story out loud, because I feel like that would worry my neighbors. Everything's fine now. Like, it's been so long. I was keeping up with like being extremely cautious. I think I pretty much had to wash my entire wardrobe at the laundromat just to be absolutely safe that everything was clean. And it wasn't until probably December, January, that I was finally like, okay, I think it's safe. Synthetic Man or Asmongold, who would you rather drink with? Probably Synthetic Man. Just because it's like, I would just sit there and I would just listen. And I would just listen to the stuff he has to say. And it would just be one of those things where it's like, how deep of a hole can you dig just by me letting you talk? Time to start my American dream. Bug infestation. Wow, this is the best I get. Yeah, that's the thing, dude. I would so much rather deal with ants than deal with parasites. But yeah, that very much it very much kind of changes, and I'm glad you actually understand that. So like it changes your perspective of like how clean you keep your living space. We sometimes have ants in our kitchen during the spring, and that already disgusts me. Yeah, and ants are minor too. Ants are easy to get rid of. Like my parents' house that I was living in before, we would have ants during the springtime. And that's just because it's like we either had carpenter ants or something else like that. We also had a lot of spiders, which, whew, good lord, I will deal with spiders any day over like any sort of like other invasive species, because spiders are they're not going to actually hurt you. Because even this apartment, I don't see many of them, but I have house spiders. I just never see them because they're like probably all dead right now. But yeah, spiders will stay out of sight. They live in the walls. They may startle you, but if you turn your back, they'll disappear. They're not there to hurt you. They're only going to hurt you if they get caught in your clothes, and then they get pinched, and then they'll bite you. We had brown recluses and brown house spiders at my parents' house, and the brown recluses lived in our tornado shelter. So, and yeah, exactly. Spiders are like actually good. They will actually like eat other more annoying bugs. And if you have a really bad spider situation, you probably have another bug like termites or carpenter ants or something that they're eating. So it was to the point where whenever I moved into this apartment and I started seeing house spiders, I was like, thank God there are spiders here. I don't feel all alone anymore. Anyways, bug talk. I don't want to think about it. I'm still scarred.
That was cut along the way? Things you regret losing?
Oh, of course.
Yeah?
Making a game. I don't remember. I'm going to attribute this quote to Peter Molyneux. Actually, no. I think it might have been Sid Meier. One of those two. Said something about game development being a series of heartbreaking compromises. And it's true. It absolutely is. And there's always stuff that you lose. There's stuff that got out on the internet that we lost, that we cut, both for, we have a lot of game to bring in, bring all the way in, and, pacing. We wanted this kind of, once you're on the path to Ragnarok, we wanted it to be more propulsive.
Yeah.
But like that was a section that I know in particular for Eric Williams was tough to lose because there was some very personal stuff in there for him. But the good of the many.
Wait, now which part is this in particular?
There's a stretch with another entire character named Sinmara, which was Surtur's love, that we had a chunk of the game that we were going to visit Surtur and then have to visit Sinmara and stuff like that. And it was just like, this is starting to feel like taffy. And people are wanting to get to Ragnarok at that point. And we've got a lot of game to polish. So we ended up ultimately making the call to cut it. But it hurt because there were some really good scenes we had. She's in the credits because I think we preserved her crying in the post game of Ragnarok. But Janina Gavankar played Sinmara for us, and she delivered some really beautifully emotional performances. So that hurt to lose, especially.
So with that one specifically, of course it's easy to say like in retrospect now that I've played the game. I think that section building up to Ragnarok could have been longer, because as it is now, it's like way too short. It's basically like, I mean, it's still like an hour long, right? But it just feels like you take like one side trip to Muspelheim and then everyone else does their thing, and it's like, okay, it's Ragnarok time. And I felt like they really, from a purely like, I'm going to say the word consumer perspective, or from my perspective, they really should have left that in. But, okay, dude, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Go get your food. From my perspective, which is not taking into consideration the extra work it would have taken to implement and polish this portion of the game, I really think they should have left that in. Because I would not have minded an extra hour of preparation and getting those extra scenes to before getting to the big finale, because as it is now, it just feels, it's like you spend, what, the main story is probably about 25 hours long if you don't do any side content. So you spend like 22 to 23 hours of trying to prevent Ragnarok, and then you spend like an hour and a half, and then it's Ragnarok time. It's like there's not nearly enough prep time there. So it would have been a lot better if they had that extra, even just an extra little bit of padding to make it seem like the other people had enough time to actually gather forces, as opposed to like everything being rushed, which is also why they just really shouldn't have done this. In a single game. They should have just done two. But again, that's coming from, and I try to preface this by saying it's coming from the perspective of like someone playing the game, because I think it's only fair, given how polished the game is now, to say that we should keep in mind that we don't have any understanding of how this would work from a production standpoint. We don't really need to, just to share an opinion, but if I'm going to start making statements like, oh yeah, they should have just done like 2 games instead of 1, I kind of feel like I need to qualify that from the perspective of the people who made the game, that's probably not true. It's one of those things that's like, you don't really need to say, but sometimes I just feel the need to say it.
Because, she was giving everything on the stage, and it sucked to cut that content out.
Yeah. And no chance we'd ever see it?
No, I don't think so. I can't ever say,
Sure.
Obviously, for sure, but like, I don't think that Eric's interested in any kind of director's cut type thing, because ultimately, not only was it cut for scope, as I punch my mic, it wasn't just cut for scope, it was also cut for pacing reasons to keep that propulsive. And so like to go back and put it all in, it's going to stretch that section out again, which is why we cut it in the first place.
Yeah.
It's a shame, because, we were going to have Atreus lie to her in order to get her to, merge with Surtur and become Ragnarok. And that felt so charged to us, because, Kratos reacting to his son just blatantly lying to get what he needed, was going to help be a wake up call to him, that like they're on the wrong path here, and something needs to change.
And that's actually right there is why I think they should have kept it too, is because as it is now, Atreus it just goes back to that same issue of Atreus's like jerk mode phase in God of War 2018, as Corey Barlog called it. He makes a couple like questionable lines here and there that don't ever really go anywhere, whereas they actually were going to go somewhere, with Atreus more or less becoming Odin for a second to get what he wants, before finally realizing during Ragnarok, I butchered that word. I've been talking for too long. Realizing during Ragnarok that it was really like not the right choice. I'm getting to the point where it's like it's getting hard to talk. So if I just like completely fumble a word, that's why. It's just a sign I need to shut up for a second.
Yeah, for sure. Richard, I know we're wrapping up here. Do you have a most exciting day in the game's development? I know it was many years for you, but is there a moment or a day that stands out as your biggest kind of yeah moment?
He just called you old.
He didn't, but he's correct. Being on set,
Really?
being on set and seeing the scenes come together is always amazing. Seeing Odin the first day that we did the Odin shoots, and Richard Schiff comes in and he does his thing. It was just amazing. As a writer, it's difficult to be on set, because you hear their lines a certain way in your head, and when they don't say it the right way, you're like, oh, it feels kind of wrong, even though it's not. And Schiff would come in and he would do it very differently than what was in my head, but it was beautiful. It was like, oh my God, like there's other layers going on here that I didn't even see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Actors.
Actors, man. Real quick question. It's kind of related to actors. Thor and the whole calm, reasonable person. Did you know that you were going to do kind of the Last Jedi, Luke Skywalker throw the lightsaber away moment with Thor in the beginning of this, that you were setting up for that twist of he wasn't going to go right into a fight with Kratos, he was just going to walk into the house and talk?
Yeah, that was early. That
That's
was
early.
pretty early.
Early
That was
in-
another one of those just subverting expectations, just going, what do you
Was that was that really a Last Jedi moment? I did not make that connection. Granted, I saw The Last Jedi once and I haven't watched it since, so maybe it was, but it's not how I would describe it.
think's going to happen here? And it'd be much more interesting
Again, that's just a nitpick, but just sharing my thoughts.
if you just went in, and that it was important that we meet the bad guys early,
Yeah.
because we don't see them again until much later. So Odin needed to be a visual, physical presence.
Right.
He's only been in your mind for that whole other game. So it was important to kind of put him front and center, have him in there early, and then he can disappear for a long time.
And that's also reliant on the no-cut camera and how that changes everything. And I would love to unpack that if you want to do a part 2 in any moment. I'm excited to do it. But if it's a GDC talk, I would also love that of just figuring out how that no-cut camera influences a story that's trying to be this big, because you were getting more and more creative throughout the game of like, okay, we got to make this transition to this transition, but pulled it off. It's a wild labyrinth.
Anytime you want a part 2, you can have it. We're happy to talk about that.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. Just rounded up the flagpole at Sony. That sounds great. Okay, real quick. The Amazon show that's been announced. Are you two involved? Are you talking to folks? Are you just fully willing to hand it over? How are you feeling?
We've done a couple meetings with the.
Okay, so the rest of it is going to be about the God of War Amazon show. Do I have to care about that? That's my question. I should poll that. I'm going to poll that. Do I have to care about the God of War TV show? Yes. No. You guys tell me, do I have to care about that? Because I don't. I don't reference it in the video. I forget about it like frequently. I just do not care. You guys do your poll. I'm gonna insert an ad break and go use the restroom because we're pretty much done here. Boop. Okay, I have returned. I see the poll is 50-50. Maybe I get to be a dirty fence sitter for just a little bit longer. Anyways, that's basically the end of the interview, so that's pretty much where I'm going to end it, because I don't want to talk about the TV show. Or I don't want to hear them talk about the TV show, basically. So let us go back to our stream scene. Turn down the volume so I can turn on the music again. Boop. Okay. All right, looks like No's winning. All right, let me change the title because we are now done with the interview. Ragnarok interviews Lethal Company after. Take that S off. Gaslight everyone into saying, no, I only said one Ragnarok interview, guys. I don't know why you thought I said interviews, plural. No, dude, I said one. Like, just uno. Uno interviewo. Also, House of Red Wine. Sorry, I forgot to read your... I did read that, but I forgot to read it out loud. Yeah, it should have been a trilogy, but we understand why. It's like they had pretty good intentions going into making it one game. They had no way going in knowing if it was going to turn out this way. And speaking of that, I can move this back over to this monitor because we are done with the interview, but I'm not done with stream. It's Lethal Company time. Got my notes. I didn't get many from there, but I'm gonna take the interview streams and stuff more seriously for some of my future projects. This one I didn't take very many notes. This entire Ragnarok video is a little bit scuffed, just because I didn't have a good workflow for it, and my usual workflow did not work, and it was just a bit of a disaster. And I'm paying for it now, but fear not. So, what did everybody think of the interview? Whenever we didn't go off on, we did pretty good not going off on unrelated tangents. We didn't do too many. What's this channel? I'm stealing the music. Mirko Ruda. Save. There we go. Alright, polls in my favor. I'm ending it. Cool. See, I don't have to care about the show. Awesome. Awesome possum. You love the bit where they talked about the TV show. Yeah, the part we didn't watch. It took 8 years for all 7 Greek games to come out, and it took 10 years for 2 Norse games to come out. Yeah, it's also worth mentioning that's like the Greek games were only. I'm gonna shut my window real quick. They're only about 8 to 10 hours each, whereas the Norse games were like 40 hours. So, plus COVID. COVID really kind of really screwed them there. I wonder if a health inspector would have a heart attack were they to visit Asmongold's house. Dude, his house would be condemned. They would foreclose that house. All right, pause the music. There's but one last thing to do. If it wanted to launch. Oh, man. It's going to be hard playing vanilla Lethal Company after playing modded for so many sessions, but we'll do it. We'll be okay. Just means no more extra money with the what do you call it? The weather planets. Let me also move my shrimp. Come on, shrimp, get small, get over there. That did not sound right. It's not what I meant. Poor choice of words. Do I have a file that's just day 1? Yeah, this one. Here we go. And we'll call this one the Shrimperium, just for the fun of it. Confirm. Here we go. So, yeah, the whole Asmongold thing. Not a fan. Play with randoms online? I don't want to play with randoms online, dude. Randoms suck. Happy Sunday. Oh, said happy Sunday. Cringe. Okay, let's go to experimentation is eclipsed. Let's go to Val. Do I have any equipment at all? I I do not. Okay, we're gonna need a flashlight. 25? I don't remember those being so expensive. I guess they are. Okay. So 1 pro flashlight. Do I have enough for a shovel? Yes, but I shouldn't take up 2 slots like that, so we should be okay. Oh. I touched my cat. She did her little merp cat startup sound. Or cat activation noise. She's sleepy now. She had a long, hard day of pissing me off, and now she's tired. So yeah, as you guys can tell, I have a bit of an unhealthy addiction to this game right now, and I think I'm going to justify it by... This is the thing, I am 50-50, probably like 60-40 about making a Lethal Company video, because I would really like to, because I just really, really like this game. And it's really, like I said, it's really mechanically complex. Oh, my flashlight hotkey doesn't work because I'm not modded. That's cringe. It's a really mechanically complex game, so I really enjoy it, but it's also hard to justify taking time away from the Ragnarok project when time on the Ragnarok project is already slim. It would really depend on, like, a lot of things. Okay. Big axle. Drop. Chemical jug. Good lord. A lot of stuff. Drop. Also, playing Lethal Company solo is legitimately terrifying, so that would be another limiter. Although the game is very fun while modded. Oh, this is scary. I'm not scared of you random noises. Oh, hey guy. Well, I know where he came from. This is a dead end. And that's why we drop all our stuff outside. Oh, hey guy. Are you following me? Haha, Jonathan, I'm so lost. Well. This is as good a time to head back as any. I gotta make 2 trips anyways. Oh, hey, Blob. Oh, hey, whew. Hey, guy, you scared me. Hey, will you lead me back to the entrance? Are you leading me to the entrance? Thank you. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum, ba-dum-bum. Let's get out of here. Okay. So we gotta make 2 trips. Okay, let's recharge my flashlight. Let's head back. Here we go. Honestly, though, Purdy, I do think that if I did do a video, I would try playing with randoms online, just to see what the Lethal Company random experience is. This is really expensive. It's gonna be like meat quota all on its own. What would be the scariest moment in any video game that I've experienced? Huh. I don't really have many moments that are like downright horrifying. This game's gotten some pretty good scares out of me. Phasmophobia has gotten some pretty good scares out of me. But the scariest... Let me think. Is it safer on my ship, or am I hearing footsteps? Nah, we're safe. Are there any bees? Did any bees spawn? No bees? You know what? That's a-okay with me. Let's go. I guess the scariest moment in any game would probably have to be... either the librarian section in Metro 2033 the first time I did it, or the, what is it? Novosibirsk? Is that how you say it? The ending section of Metro Exodus. Oh, I've only got 1 day left. Where did my other day go? Did I start this one with only 2 days left? I guess so. Novosibirsk. That's the word. Probably those two. Or maybe the very, very first time that I ever played Until Dawn. That terrified me pretty badly. Even though I didn't know that like your characters had God mode until like they're allowed to die. So Until Dawn was pretty scary the very first time I did it, just because I have a thing about insane asylums. I don't particularly like them, and so the sanitarium section there actually like terrified me. At least the doggo makes it out though. I guess it would have to be one of those, yeah. I haven't had any other like legitimate like soul leaving my body moments in games, except for this one time where Gwen and I were playing this game on stream called Ghost Exorcism Inc., where it's basically like Demonologist but a little more cartoony. And there was a moment that there was a poltergeist that we were trying to exorcise, and it was targeting me specifically because it was rude. And it came like flying up on me, and I was carrying a gun where you can like it's basically like a Ghostbusters gun, and you can like see everything, like all the ghosts and stuff. And this freaking poltergeist came flying up on me and literally scared the hell out of me. Okay, well this is how much? I think that's good. We'll call that quota. Uh-oh. Okay, this way, this way. I was like, guys, I think I'm lost. Nah, it's so early, though. What was that? Guess maybe that was my footsteps. There's a vent. Well, that ambient music kind of scares me, so I'm just gonna get out of here. Because I don't have a shovel on me. And you know what? This is quota. We are good. We are not dead. The thing that makes the thing that makes Lethal Company so much like more terrifying when you're by yourself is the fact that, or at least for me, because I don't do well with horror games, it's the fact that it's like if you have two people, one person can die, the other person can escape. If you have one person, if you die, you just lose all your stuff. That's quota. That is quota indeed. And I'm not going to sell all this. I'm just going to sell enough to meet quota. So what about you, KK? What would be your scariest moment in any game? Because most of the horror games I played, like Dead Space, didn't actually scare me. Then again, I was playing that more like a Doom game.
Report to the company building immediately to sell your scrap metal and other goods. You have 0 days left to meet the profit quota. You can use the terminal to route the autopilot to the company building.
There we go. It is like really cold in this room all of a sudden. Hi, Sushi. Do. Okay, how much do we have? This is worth 30. This is worth 36. I try to avoid like all horror ever. My scariest moment would probably be Haunted Hotel and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Okay, I can see that. I think okay, so that's 66. We need more. I will say, it's not really scary per se, but the atmosphere in Bloodborne used to be so like just the atmosphere was so oppressive that I just couldn't play the game. Oh hey, yeah, please take your stuff. And Half-Life, when you have to run past the Gargantua, I have not played Half-Life. Man, I got the Spec Ops: The Line experience totally raw, didn't hear anything about it, and it actually scared me. I also haven't heard very much about Spec Ops: The Line. Okay, yeah, it's only 91, we need more. I don't want to have to sell all my stuff, I just want to sell just enough to meet quota. How much is this? This'll do it. I just picked my pieces poorly. Speaking of Spec Ops: The Line... Hey, boss. Yeah, take your stuff. Speaking of Spec Ops: The Line, apparently they delisted it from, like, everything. So if I ever want to do a video on it, I now have to buy a physical Xbox copy or something. You know, it's just that thing that they said would never happen when games went digital, you know? Cool, so we've met quota. Give me a shovel. Taking a shovel is gonna like seriously limit the amount of loot I can carry, but it's also just the best tool to have. If you ever want to fight back like a man instead of, you know, dying. Boop. We're not going down there. Alright, gimme. Let's go. That is true. I could always torrent it if I really wanted to. And it's not stealing if it's literally impossible to buy, you know? It's like if you literally cannot buy it on like any platforms, then yeah, it's not stealing. Let's go to assurance this time. I'm gonna keep switching it up. Experimentation is like the easiest. It's like the easiest map. So I don't want to spend a lot of time there. Honestly, that's probably the route I would have to go. Yeah, it's just torrenting it. I have a totally legally acquired copy of Wolfenstein 09 for that reason. Do I get an overtime bonus? Where's my overtime bonus? Damn it. All right. Oh, assurance is stormy. We will go to offense. So interesting thing is apparently like each moon has a different. They all have a different percentage chance to spawn various enemies, and experimentation being literally the first map on the list. It's got like the lowest monster spawn rate. And I don't think there's a direct, what do you call it? I don't think there's a correlation between like how difficult the world is and how much money you make, except for the end game planets. Or moons, I guess you can call them. Other than that, I don't think there's an actual correlation. I'm also going to need an extension ladder if I want to get to this fire escape, but not right now. Or I guess I could just climb up on the pipe. Oh, you know what? I didn't even tell Gwen I was playing. I am so rude. I will play like another round or two and then ask if she wants to join. How dare I? All right, let's go. I hear a landmine. Okay, well, there's the fire exit, so much for that. Hey, a stop sign. That was loud. Where's that mine at? Oh, there it is. Ooh, that's a turret. Here's a Bracken room. So many landmines. There's that ambient noise again. I don't know if that means a monster spawned or what. Oh man, it doesn't have the bonk sound anymore. All right. Let's be careful in case there are blind dogs around. I don't want to get mauled. Yeah, we finished the interview. The last couple minutes was just about the upcoming TV show, and then like what was your favorite thing working on, or something like that. Okay, that's a pretty good head start for quota. That's what, $84, and we need $249, and this is a dangerous planet, and you know what? We're just gonna call that good. Also, ad break in a minute. You know what? I'll just go ahead and skip it. Why not? I've been skipping all the other ads. Let me text Gwen and let her know that I'm playing Lethal Company since I forgot to. Fake friend. Okay. 2 days. It's eclipsed. We're going somewhere else. Let's go to March. I love how I'm hearing my upstairs neighbors walking and it sounds just like the forest giant in this game. This game actually may have given me like low-grade PTSD. But who can know for sure? Okay. Any bees? No bees? Okay, no bees. Otherwise, I would just steal the bees and call it a day. And again, I'm probably way too heavy for that. Oh, I forgot to charge my flashlight. Oh, that was a mistake. All right. I'm really bad at that, aren't I? Okay, dead end. I swear, I always forget to charge my freaking flashlight. Hi, turret. 2 turrets. Good to know. Don't go that way. Don't shoot me, don't shoot me, don't shoot me. Come on, man, I need some cash. We're on that grind set. Another turret. Oh my god. Whoa! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. So many turrets. So many turrets. Ah. That was turret hell. Let's go charge the flashlight. As I said earlier, I think it would be cool to see a Dead Space TV show or movie with Gunnar Wright playing Isaac. All Dead Space makes more sense to adapt to TV or film. I don't know. I think it kind of works as a game. I don't feel like everything kind of needs like an adaptation. We should just let games be games. I'm getting kind of burnt out on the, oh, this game is popular, let's make it a TV show, because it's kind of like cynically saying, oh, well, it doesn't have to be a game. Turret Hell sounds like an inverse genre for Bullet Hell. A data chip. Oh, I found that one. Ah. Where's the fire exit? Oh, hey, there's bees. Up. Ship is so close. We can do this. Go drop off the rest of my stuff. Well, the difference between like books, comics, and TV shows and all that is that those are non-interactive media, whereas video games are interactive. So it just inherently, you're losing something in the process of trying to turn it into a show or a movie. Oh crap, I missed it. Damn it. I think we can make it. Dude. I'm like mashing E. Thank you. Good lord. Okay, we're almost there. Oh, you gotta be freaking kidding me, dude. That's stupid. Well, we're not meeting quota. All right. Cool. Yeah, I think that's BS because I totally started the ship first. All right, well, where are we going? Yeah, no, F. That's just, it's just what happens when you try to get the bees. I probably should have dropped it, like, a little bit closer, but I was pretty sure I didn't have enough health left. But that's what you get when you try to get the bees. They kill you like every time. That's why they have a mod called like a bee suit where you can take like reduced damage from the bees, but that's just, it's kind of defeating the point in my opinion. It's like the whole point of it is that it's supposed to be tough. Would have been cool to make Lady Arkham from Telltale Batman a comic character. Is she not? I mean, I don't know a lot about comics. I didn't know she was like a invention of Telltale though. All right, 1. Ain't no way in heck I'm meeting quota. Like, there's just no way. It is impossible. Well, we've already got a monster of some kind. That vent was open. Okay. That's not enough. Oh dear. Oh! Okay, turret in the Bracken room. Good to know. I have not died yet, but give it time. There's an open vent and I don't know what spawned. Where's my... Uh-oh. Where's my shovel? Where's my shovel? You bitch! Come here! Come here! Flashlight dying. No, 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 no. That spooked me. That startled me. Oh yeah, I forgot. I did die to bees. Because they were in the ship with me, because I got their hive, but they got in the ship, and then they just wouldn't leave me alone, so I could start the ship and leave. I guess I could try a new strategy of, like, Actually, you know what? I do have a new bee strategy. I know how I can make bank next time I die. Oop, don't kill me. It did the bamboozle. It did do the bamboozle. And it's funny because I was thinking earlier, I was like, well, there's an open vent and I don't see anything. It's probably a snare flea. I just didn't say anything because I didn't want to call it into existence. Well, look on the bright side, guys. It couldn't possibly get any worse. Let's go get killed. And you know what's funny? If I would have just left the freaking beehive alone, I would have been fine. But I had to go for the beehive. The cockroach did the Asmongold. Yeah, if Asmongold was in the Lethal Company, then he the snare flea would be the cockroach. Have snare fleas all over him. Oh, I have to land. All right. Let's go sell the stuff and die. Hey, boss. I think, Gwen, before you join, I think I'm gonna try to do one more like round of solo. Because I don't think you're even home yet. Excuse me, I don't think you're even home yet. Hey, boss, take your stuff. Hey, boss, take your stuff. Thank you, boss. Thank you for taking your stuff.
Your work keeps me company.
Let's go die. And while oh crap, I forgot to do the thing. You're still doing the dinner? Okay, cool. Well, while I'm getting killed, and restarting, I'm going to mute myself and go get a water. I'll be right back. Also, insert an ad break.
As you have not met the profit quota, your performance has been deemed below standard. Welcome to our disciplinary process. Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract. Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset to the company. Great asset to the company. Asset. Great asset to the company. Asset. Great asset.
I have returned, but I have not put my headphones on. Now I have returned, but I have not rejoined the game. Now I have returned. Oh, I love how experimentation is just eclipsed, like, right off the bat. Way to go, game. Alright, no more shovel. No more shovel. Are you sure? Are you sure that it's eclipsed? It doesn't say eclipsed. Huh. Well, you know what? We're not gonna chance it. Let's go. Hazard level C. Okay, cool. That's not too bad. Are there any bees? I have not learned my lesson. Do it for the memes? Oh, you're way too late. Sorry. Where are the bees? Give me the bees. I have not learned my lesson. Where are the bees? Where's the thing land again? Oh, almost on top of me. There we go. I have a new bee strategy, and I want to test it. I guess they're being on their best behavior. Oh, a data log. I was like, wow, that music sure is loud. All right, let's go. Let's go. Watch out for freaking snare fleas this time, too. I do not have a shovel. Oh, hey, bottles. Let me check out this room first. Just more bottles? Okay. Bottles it is. You can hear the music inside the dungeons. Interesting. I didn't know that. Anything else? No? No. I love how every time I turn around, you're eating queso. It's been like the last 3 days in a row. You're like, I'm almost done with my queso. What was that? I know I seen a thing. I know I saw that. Am I getting gaslit right now? I know I saw something. Whoa, don't slip. All right, well, this is going to take 3 trips, so I'm just going to call that good. It's been 2 days in the same queso. Okay, I see, I see. Make excuses, why don't you? Yeah. 1, 2 to go. Actually, you know what? This is 5 pounds that I don't need on me right now. Just try to get these over there, make it quicker. Okay, cool. One more. Has the gremlin called? Yeah, she's been calm for a minute now. She's been sleeping. Okay, we made it. Cool. That's why playing solo sucks. Yeah, that's quota. Met quota on day 1. Hey, Sushi. Hey, kitty. Are you sleepies? Yeah, she's sleepies. She's being cute right now. Let me take a picture. Don't move. Ah, you moved. Why did you do that? There we go. Cool. All right, next. Whose quota? Is that your second fiance? I would have to have a first. So, no. I really need to get good at getting through without a flashlight. It's just terrifying. They aren't there yet. What do you mean they aren't there yet? Besides, if I had a fiance, I would be screaming that from the rooftops just to flex on everybody. But I don't, so I can't. She's escaping the cult of Asmongold, so keep it on the down low. Gwen, are you my fiance? That's news to me. I don't ever remember offering a ring. But we did get ice cream that one night, so that's, I guess that counts. And I'm sure that the lady at the ice cream place probably thought we were dating too, so it checks. No, I mean, it's been pretty established that it's like, you're not considered like married to me unless we're playing Overwatch and I make you go Mercy so I can go Winston. I shoveled you, so I guess that's my proposal. I guess so. That also kind of makes sense. Okay, did you propose or did I propose? Which one is it? Like, keep your story straight, damn. Oh, there's the fire exit. A lot of good that does me. I think this is the apparatus room. It is. Spawn 2 monsters per hour now. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Is this like, okay, so is this Schrodinger's proposal where we both mutually have and have not proposed because neither of us remember it? Is that what this is? Haha. And I don't need to go back in there because it's dangerous now. Man, well, no wonder I have a second fiance, because apparently you and I don't know what's going on here. We both have not, therefore we have. What? I wish that made any degree of sense. Oh, I don't know how much the apparatus is worth. That's why. I have 1 day left. Moons. Let's go to assurance. How much is an extension ladder? $60. I do not have enough. Man, but assurance is so dangerous. You're almost done? Okay, well, I'm just gonna go back to Val then. No, we'll just stick with assurance. I don't want to deal with eclipsed moons all by myself. The last time we did an eclipsed moon, we, like, right off the bat had 2 blind dogs and 2 coil heads. And we just left. We were like, we're never doing this again. Hazard level D. D is in dog. Awesome. Are there bees? There's no bees. I wish there were bees. Because I want to test out my new bee strat. Oh, are those bees? No. Alrighty. Let's go. Oh wow, this is spooky. Ooh, a key. Ooh, pickles. How much are they worth? 37. Okay, that goes nowhere. This is a freaking maze. We're not going that way. Boy, not this room. We're gonna call that good enough. It's just a spore lizard. Hey, buddy. It's a good thing they're harmless. I was hearing noises and that spooked me. Okay, that was spooky. I know spore lizards are harmless, but I don't know what else was in there with me. Hi, Manticoil. Bye, Manticoil. Okay. Awesome. Altogether, that is money. Cool.
Report to the company building immediately to sell your scrap metal.
Awesome. Awesome possum. And we'll grab this one. Do 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 do. Hey, boss. I got your stuff for you, boss. Hey, take your stuff. Okay, you ready? Cool. Let me sell this stuff and then I'll join you. Did he take it? I don't think he took it. Oh, he did. Okay, cool. That's quota. So I don't need to sell this stuff. Do you want to do vanilla or modded? I don't really care either way. We have been doing a lot of modded lately, so. Because if we're doing vanilla, I may literally just invite you to this one I'm doing now. Okay, sounds good. It still doesn't let me just invite people. I probably have to, like, be up in the air. Gosh, I don't know why it's so cold in this room all of a sudden. Cool. Still can't invite. Awesome. I love when the invite button just doesn't work. Okay, new quota. I gotta leave. That's cringe. So wait, how do I... How do I invite you from here, then? Do I just... I can't read. Oh my gosh. Okay, one second. Confirm, then invite. Gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. Invite friends. Let me invite my friends. Why are you calling me on Discord? I'm about to just invite you to the game. See, I have to do it through Steam because it doesn't let me. Go to... Ew, you have yourself listed as Canadian on Steam? Cringe. Take that shit off. Okay, I invited you.
I saw.
Hello. Why are you trying to call me on Steam or on Discord?
Because I didn't know if you needed help.
No, I got it. The invite button just never works for me. I just have to open Steam and invite you that way. Okay, cool.
Oh.
So, we have 230, so let me go to the store. Buy you a Pro Flash, confirm, walkie 2. Do you want walkies or do you want to go without?
No walkies.
No walkies. Gotcha. And since we don't have the Skinwalker mod on, we don't have to worry about hearing each other's voices. Well, since you're here, I will order myself a shovel, though. Boom.
So I was watching Jose's stream earlier.
Okay.
And you know how you said you got like broken with the mod where you like couldn't see what was in your hand?
Yes.
For me, apparently it broke me, so anytime I ran or walked, it turned into the Naruto run.
Yeah, I saw that too. Do you have Steam overlay turned on? I actually don't. That might be the issue. That would make sense. Yeah, but I saw that too, and I kept telling you, I was like, you look like you're in the freaking the realm like warrior pose when you're still in the menu, and then when you run, you just do a Naruto run.
Hmm.
Okay, gotta wait for your stuff. So anyways, my new strategy for bees, I think, is if we just leave it on the railing, and then whenever we start the ship and it starts leaving, as soon as the bees fall off, we just grab it and bring it inside.
Okay.
That should make it easier. Okay, gotcha. So that's the issue. Yeah, I can fix that then. Or I can not. I can just deal with it. Alright, let's go. This is hazard level B, by the way. B is in banana. I am almost out of stamina.
See, you can hear it.
Oh, you can.
I go straight.
Okay.
It led me nowhere.
I think I just found the apparatus.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready to pull it.
Okay, yeah, please don't do it right now.
Oh, hey, there's a tattered metal sheet.
That'd be nice.
It's not worth a lot, but it is heavy.
Did you want me to record or not?
It's up to you. Because you're the only one really making videos out of it.
No.
Oh, hey, stuff. Granted... one second. I see you made the jump without dying.
I know, for once.
I will say, though, we have already gotten so much stuff, like so much footage, that we probably wouldn't need to keep recording for a while.
Yeah, that's why I'm not. I have too much to edit.
Like, especially just all the footage I've sent you is in, like, the gigabytes. Ooh, a thingy.
Yeah.
It is dark.
E.
So by the way, just a note, snare fleas will not kill you when you're when you're playing single. They'll just leave you at critical health.
Oh. Must be nice.
No, because it still annoyed me. That's why I killed it. Even though I could have just left it alone. Oh.
There's a key in the wall.
I see that. But I can't get it. This is a dead end. Anyways, my flashlight's getting low. Do you want to keep exploring, or do you want to... That's a dead end. We can just pull the apparatus and leave.
Yeah. Well, first I'm gonna have to try and make it across that jump again.
True. Because you suck at that. Which way did we come from? Upstairs?
Yeah, I came from upstairs.
Yeah, this way. Oh, hey, there's the fire exit.
Oh, that's nice. Oh wait, I saw
You
a
saw?
beater.
Ah, nice, nice.
Eater.
For,
How do I?
for
How do I?
oh, I
It's
don't
in
know.
the. Ah,
Did you
got it.
got it?
Oh, and another key. I'm gonna take the fire exit so I don't die.
There's a snare flea up here, so
Okay, well I'm gonna take the fire exit.
okay. Boop. Easy. I'm 71 pounds fat.
Ayo.
Hello. There's just one more thing up there.
Okay.
Here we go. 80. Nice. Boop. So already we're getting quite a bit of stuff. $262. Nice. What was that?
I don't know.
I heard a noise.
Me too.
Okay. Boop. Let's go. Don't forget to charge your flashlight.
Yeah.
I killed that snare flea, by the way.
Good job.
Would you like me to give you some knowledge about enemies?
Nah.
Okay.
So last night was the first time I ever came into contact with the ghost girl.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Also, I clipped that part when the coil head around the corner, because it was the coil head before I saw it. When I walked around and you were talking to us on the radio, when it was like nee 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 nee, your voice. That's because it's hilarious.
Yeah, you saw I clipped the part where you inverse teleported in right in front of a
Oh, boy.
nutcracker.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Experimentation is foggy. Assurance is rainy. Vow
Okay.
is eclipsed. Offense is stormy. March is flooded.
Let's do rainy.
Assurance.
Because we can get around the mud and quicksand pretty easily. Because we know what it looks like. Yeah, but you saw Eclipse that bit where you inverse teleported in right in front of a nutcracker and it just
Yes.
capped you like immediately.
Oh my god. You see what I mean? How it was hilarious, and it was like
You didn't even have
instantaneous.
enough time to gasp before you got shot.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like it was going in slow motion. My brain was still processing what I was seeing. And then
What?
I was watching it from Jose's point of view today, and he loads in, and you hear the thumper rustling around, and then the landmine directly in front of him, and then just bang, and he just like looks in the distance, like what was that?
It's funny because he got really mad because be careful.
Did you see
I
that?
didn't
Did
die.
you see that? Pro strats.
Yeah, I didn't die. He was in there for a good 5 minutes before I was like, oh, I should probably pull him out. He's not moving.
Oh, I thought it was lead.
So did you see where like I teleported him back? He's like, dude, it's about
Yes.
freaking time.
Yeah.
He was like, I was sitting there for so long. I was like, sorry, dude. I thought you. Oh my god. I was like, sorry, dude. I thought you had it handled. You know, you normally do.
Floating asset.
Floating asset.
Yeah, no, he had a
Hey, bottles.
a landmine directly in front of him, and then a thumper patrolling.
Hey, hairbrush. Would you do me a por favor? Gwen?
I'm back. I put the.
Will you come here?
Get the loot bug.
That's okay. Just come here.
Where are you?
I'm in this room back here. Follow the sound of
Hello?
my soothing voice.
Hello.
Hello?
Oh hi.
Hello. I dropped a key. Will you just pick it up for me? Did you already drop your bottles outside?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go do, Oh, hey, fire exit. I'm just gonna drop mine by the fire exit.
Okay.
Oh, that's a bad idea. Never mind, that's a bad idea. We can't get back up there.
Oh. Why?
Because we don't have an extension ladder.
Oh.
Hey, buddy.
Please don't.
He's not going to. He's a good boy. Oh, she's scared of the spider, guys. I mean, in fairness, she does have severe arachnophobia, so. Aha! Hairbrush.
Dram?
I'm alive. Hairbrush.
I am very, very injured.
That was a spooter.
I finally know what it looks like with the arachnophobia mode on,
Oh, do you?
but it still has the legs.
Oh, that's not good. That's the bad part.
That's the bad part. The majority of the body is just a 3D word art in red spinning around saying spider. But
well,
the legs are still there.
will you pick up this hairbrush? Alright, let's go. They really should just turn it into a crab then. I feel like that would take less work to make it a crab.
Yeah. It was scary.
So, does it still trigger your arachnophobia?
Just a little bit, but not as bad as like before. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, it can't get you if you're like up on a railing, and if I can go in and kill it if you want to go back.
It's okay. No, I ran around in a circle and managed to escape it.
Yeah, it's really slow, so it's really not that tough to deal with. I think it's like one of the slowest monsters. Hey, Sushi. You're making your little cat activation noise. And now you're sitting. Now you're
Oh,
sitting
there's
all
mud
upside
here.
down.
Hang on. I'll go that way. There's mud.
Yeah. Ah, I missed.
Didn't mean to do that. No, I don't want that.
Let me send you a picture of what she looks like right now. Hi, kitty. Are you being cute? Are you being cute?
Oh, Jose is live.
Oh, nice.
Oh, she is being very cute.
Alright, let's go. See, we don't need mods to pull numbers. Look at this. We just need to learn not to sell everything all at once. Which we should not have taken that long to learn that lesson. All right, how many more days?
1, I think.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna let you in a little secret, okay? And it's literally just good to know. If you kill one monster, it does allow another one to spawn.
Okay.
Where's your picture? I can put it on stream.
405. Oh, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me put this picture. I'm gonna send it to you on Discord so I can just throw it on stream. You're still in that Discord call, dude.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely.
Alright.
I'm not.
Discord. Hey, work. Work,
I'm
computer.
not.
Work. To Ollie. Do-do-do. Let me just save image to my pickers. I'm just gonna make a new folder. I'm going to call it cat.
Cat.
Just cat.
K-A-T?
No. C-A-T.
Oh.
Just cat.
Oh.
Boop. Okay. Let me see if I can pull stream over on the display recording. Oops, doxing myself. Switch displays, please. Actually, I'll just bring it over here. This is the picture. This is what
I didn't.
this is what Sushi was doing, where I was like, she's being so cute right now. She does that because she knows it works. Anyways, back to the game. Did Gwen just sing "I'm Mr. Mommy"? I don't think so.
I said I'm Mr. Lonely.
I'm Mr. Lonely. That makes more sense.
Because I
Because
was
you-
in chat all alone.
Because you're a closet femcel.
Because I what? Said I what?
I said you are a closet
Cut out.
femcel.
Ew. Me of all people, really? Really?
Yeah.
Look at me and say that again. Really?
Yes, you are a closet femcel.
You gotta clarify that you're joking, or those people in your chat who don't know me are gonna actually think I am.
I don't know. You don't give off those vibes. I think you're safe. You don't come off as like overly flirty to like everyone in my chat. Hey, where'd you go?
True. I'm right here.
And yes, Cage, she is adorable. That's why earlier when
Yeah,
everyone's like,
Sushi's
oh,
great.
why do you deal with it? If like just let her outside. It's like, no, I love her. She is adorable. She's cute. She's just
People
a pain.
told you to let her outside.
It was someone
Oh, you
in
wanna-
chat
you
where they
wanna-
said like, but they did clarify this, like they're not from the U.S. and they don't know, you know, cats around here are not like good around other cats.
Oh, it's locked. Yeah, no, they'll die.
Yeah,
Sushi will die.
so they clarified with like, oh, you're from the U.S. Never mind, cats over there are crazy. I'm like, yeah, we have like a big stray cat problem.
Mm-hmm. She will
Is she-
probably get beaten up.
Yeah, and she's only 4 months old too.
Oh, how do we miss this?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I guess that's how we missed it. I think this is a key.
Oh, the key!
Let's go. Let's go. It's the baby machine. Don't waste your stamina,
What?
dude. Okay, I'm gonna have to fill you in on the baby machine meme because I keep referencing it and you just
It's
never.
a Bracken room.
Ah, nice.
Oh.
Don't lock me in there.
That was unintentional, I'm sorry.
Well, like I said, that doesn't necessarily guarantee that we have a Bracken, though.
It's just a big possibility.
Kay just said, Gwen, you've already told us girls act inappropriately to you. I'm sure you wouldn't struggle to get a girlfriend.
That's fair. That is fair.
Yeah, it's us.
Hey.
It's us men who Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much respect I have for women in public, you know, not in private, but in public. It doesn't matter how much respect for women I have. I just can't seem to get a girl to want to sleep with me. I even told her that her art is good, and it wasn't even that good.
But I bought her a drink. I'm such a nice guy. I mean,
And she didn't even finish it.
I was at a club once with Caitlin, and this guy came up and he saw that we weren't really drinking, and he's like, "Can I buy you a drink?" And he's like, "I know, I no strings attached. I mean, like, I just want to see you guys having fun." And when he brought us our drinks, he was like, "Oh wait," and he like took a straw and like grabbed some with the straw. You know how they do that thing?
Yeah.
And he like put it in his mouth and like took some. He goes, "See, not drugged. I promise it's safe."
It's
I'm like, "Thank you for the consideration."
ooh, big bolts.
Nothing in here.
It's really unfortunate. Like, here, pick up one of these big bolts for me. It's really unfortunate that he has to go through that much effort just to be like, I am literally just trying to be a good sport right now.
Yeah, I'm like, I wouldn't have accused you of that, but oh, a locked door behind a locked door, that's not nice.
Yeah. It's just an
Okay,
ambient sound. It's okay.
It's just ambient noise.
That's the apparatus
What the
room, too.
hell? Both doors are locked, that's not nice.
The only reason I know that, by the way, is not even because I was looking up the mechanics, but because I heard it outside once.
Ah.
All right, you're ooh, key.
Yay!
Cool, let's get the apparatus and get out.
Okay, I am at 50 pounds.
Yeah, those tattered metal sheet. How much is that tattered metal sheet worth?
13.
Just leave it. It's not worth it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Want me to grab it?
grab that
plastic
plastic.
fish.
Yeah, grab the plastic fish. All right, flashlight is running out of juice. We gotta go.
That way?
I think so.
Oh, not this way.
Yeah, we did not do any jumps. How's your flashlight?
It's at half.
Okay, mine's at
Way.
like 10%. Upstairs or downstairs?
Up, we came from up.
Okay. I'm 64 pounds fat, by the way.
Okay, I'll wait for you, don't worry.
Hi, Sushi. That's not it, is it? No.
Yeah, it is. Came up.
Oh, Sushi, you're knocking my microphone, baby.
And come this way. No, not this way. I don't remember that. No, not this way.
Oh,
Maybe it was that way.
There was spider web in there.
I know.
Don't touch it.
Oh.
We don't have a choice.
What do you mean?
My flashlight's dead.
Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Don't touch it. We might have to jump.
Fuck.
You might be able to jump over it like this. Nope. Come on.
Ah.
I don't remember this all being here.
The spider's over there in the corner.
Where?
Over there in the corner.
I see it. Did we come from this way?
No.
Let's go this way. Don't touch the web.
I didn't.
Okay. You sure we didn't come from this way?
I don't think so. I don't remember seeing that. But
What?
if we didn't come from there, where did we come from?
Maybe downstairs?
Oh wait, down here, down here, down here.
Almost made me fight a spider for nothing.
Oh no, this is not good.
What's not good? We didn't come from that way.
This is the way we came from. I don't. My flashlight's about to fall or die again.
So is mine. Mine is dead.
Okay. I'm about to die.
Let's go this way.
There it goes. I'm
No,
gonna
it's a
turn up
dead
my
end.
brightness.
It's a dead end.
turn my brightness all the way up. I'm cheating right now.
Well, at least we have some light with the apparatus, you know?
Yeah.
Crap, so we're pinned between us. So the spider's blocking the entrance.
Yeah. I guess we did come from that way, but I just don't remember.
Was this a dead end?
Yeah.
Crap.
Yeah.
We're trapped. Alright, there's only one way to deal with this, okay?
And this is a dead end, right?
Yeah, do this. Jump up on this railing. Stay there.
Chat, we're gonna die.
Spider. Come here, bruh.
Do you have your shovel?
I can't get his face. I got it once. Its body doesn't take damage.
Did you get it?
Nope, it's still alive. Don't move. Oh my god, bro. Die. Where's your face?
He's hiding it. He's showing you his butt.
I'm gonna have to lead him back towards you.
Okay.
Whoa, I'm critically injured.
Uh-oh. Where's the shovel? Oh my god, no. I think this is it for us, Trim.
Hi. That last monster you came across was just a spore lizard. Those are harmless.
But there was a spider web in the other way.
I chose the wrong railing. That's where I went wrong. We lost all our stuff. We just have a key.
We lost everything. I cheated.
Alright.
I put my gamma brightness all the way up so I could at least see something.
I just chose a bad railing to get on the first time. It was too high and I couldn't aim for the face. I got like one good swing on it. All right.
I was watching on your stream belatedly, just like, is it dead yet? No. And I would look away, and then I'd look and look away.
Yeah, it was getting to the
we're
point
gonna
where I
die.
wasn't even hitting it, so it was just like chilling.
Oh, we're
All
gonna
right.
die.
Well, we had to fight. There was no other way.
I'm so...
All right. Hey, boss. Hey, boss. I got your stuff. Wake
That
up.
thing is genuinely distressing. Oh, the spider? Yeah, cages. I can't.
Hey, buddy.
I have
Hey.
arachnophobia.
Hey, we got your loot. We got your loot. This
Singular.
is,
loot.
We
This is
got into
all.
an argument with a spider and lost.
That just wasn't fair, man.
He did not. He did not like what I had to offer.
Oh. Oh, it killed him. I was waiting. Okay, I guess. No, not mine. What did he do? How did he die?
Oh my god, that was amazing. That like actually scared me too. Oh my god.
What did you do?
Let me pull it up on my phone and see if I can clip that for you. I rang the bell, I gave him the key, he took the key, and then I turned around and you said, well, that was disappointing, and he grabbed me.
As you have not met a profit quota, your performance has been deemed below standard. Welcome to our disciplinary process.
Oh my gosh. Ugh. Alright, so sorry, I'm clipping that for you and then I'm just gonna text it to you. Hey Sushi, do you wanna like not play with my water bottle, please?
No.
Okay.
Why can't I buy anything?
Probably because we're landing. See, you're supposed to pay for it before. Oh, she's gonna start chewing on the camera again. All right, I'm gonna skip this ad break too. Oh my gosh. Hey Sushi, will you not chew on my monitor, please, por favor?
I ordered his flashlights.
Okay, cool. Pro flashlights?
Yeah.
Awesome. Sushi, hey, stop it. Can't have you chewing on my cables. I got you some plastic chewy stuff for a reason. Hey, stop. She'd probably be okay if I kicked her out for the remainder of the stream.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah,
There are bees right near it.
oh, are there? Cool. I want to test out this new strategy. So, get back in the ship for me. Cause I gotta kick her out here in a second anyways. Do what?
I want to go in to get things.
Okay, let's go in and get things. Let me kick out my cat first. 1 second. Sushi, come here. Get out from back there. You're gonna unplug my monitor. Come here. Come here, kitty. Yeah, come here. There you go. There you go. Why don't you go outside and play? Go out of the room. Play. Okay. They're probably gonna start attacking me. Yeah. Kitty oppression. She'll be fine. She'll be A-okay. Where's the entrance? Which way am I going? God, no, I'm lost. She's probably expecting me to go join her in a second too, and I just don't know where I'm going. I'm lost. I'm so lost. I swear it was over that way. Okay, here's the fire exit. Yeah, so it's this way. Man, I hope she's not dead by the time I get in there. See if we got some stuff. Hello. I got lost. Where you at? Hello.
Hi.
Where you at?
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. I got lost.
That's okay.
What's this way?
Nothing.
Are you sure? I see a jump.
That's what I said. Nothing except the jump.
Oh. I've made the jump. Hello.
Did you find anything?
I heard what sounded like someone eating Doritos.
That was not me.
Of course not. It was too loud. I think it was a spider.
Oh, no thanks.
Yeah.
Oppression?
Oh yeah, because I kicked Sushi out of the room because she was getting a little rowdy. But she's usually fine to be in the room, like in the living room by herself, for a while. It's only if I leave her out there for like an hour that she starts whining. New creature data.
It was just the locusts.
Ah. So where were those bees at? The bees got me turned around.
Oh, okay, yeah. I got you.
Because I thought the bees were like facing the main entrance, but they weren't.
No, they weren't.
So I did like a complete circle. Alright, well let's go get those bees. Leave your flashlight here.
I'm storing it. No.
Alright, so. Where were they? Oh wow. That was way off. Okay, so here's my strategy. Just go wait in the ship.
Okay.
Go inside, go inside, go inside, go inside, go inside. Alright. Yep. Take off. See? Easy. So we just leave it on the railing so we don't have to lure him inside, and then we go pick it up after we leave.
Okay. As long as we don't do that before
we're actually like ready to go, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, we could probably leave it.
Progress otherwise.
Otherwise, we could probably leave it off on the side, and it would be okay.
Probably.
Oh, I love how I say she's okay to be out there for a while. It's only if I leave her out there for like an hour. It's been like 10 minutes, and here we are. I mean, what time is it?
It is
6:30?
7:30.
Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna finish out this this quota, and then we can probably go ahead and head off.
Yeah, that's fine because I have to shower and all that for being an adult.
You cringe.
I thought I was free of smoke this week. I am not.
Ew, double cringe.
Yeah.
Alright, grab your flashlight. We're gonna go back to March.
Okay.
Because everything else is stormy or foggy. And foggy is just not fun, because yeah, can't see anything.
Foggy is just miserable.
I mean, I guess if you have someone in the ship with a loud horn, you can like be like, follow the horn, but no.
Hazard level B. Uh-oh.
Yeah, hopefully I don't hear any more freaking Dorito crunching. It just sounded like something, like probably a spider spawned and was setting up, and I was like, ugh, let's get out of here.
I heard it briefly, and I just stepped out, and I was like, I don't know what that was. But I don't want to find out.
Let's go this way. V-type engine. Boop. I have dropped it outside.
Okay.
Alright, you go that way, I go this way. And my cat whineth. She whineth loud. I see not a thing. Oh, I lied. There's a big bolt. There's a vent. Which way had a what now?
The way I went left had a fire exit, and that was it.
Oh, well, I found a big bolt. I'm already like halfway back. I'm just gonna drop it outside.
Okay.
Hello. Where'd you go?
I'm upstairs.
Winter Road.
All the way up.
I see a mine in there too. So apparently, you know, I just had this thought. We should probably be careful for baboon hogs stealing our stuff while it's out there.
Oh, they can do that?
Well, yeah, they pick up stuff. That's why they pick up your body and carry it back to their lair. Oh, well. That's a dead end. And this was also a dead end. Downstairs we go. Hi, mine. Hi, other mine. I see a mine.
Hey, you want to test that theory of yours?
What theory?
That mines don't blow up unless you step off of them?
No.
But why?
Not today.
Steam Lake.
I see steam. Got it. Hey, did you say something? Gwen?
Where are you?
Right here.
Oh. Hi.
I thought I
Okay,
saw
so
you.
cool.
I thought I saw you walk down that way.
I did.
Oh.
It's
Does
a
it
big
just
bolt
look-
and that was it.
Ah. You know which way's the way back?
No?
Just listen for the sound of more mines. Aha. Yes, this way. Gwen?
I'm right here.
Okay. Watch your back.
Okay.
Shut that door, too. Thought I heard a bracken in the last second. What's worth more? This one. I'm 61 pounds fat.
Okay, I can come back and get that one.
Low-key nice. We're gonna see if she makes it, chat. Oh, she looks lost. Are those bees? No, it would show green. She's lost. I'll go get her. You can literally see the lights from the ship. How did you get lost, dude?
Speaking of baboon hawks taking shit, it was gone.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's why I grabbed the one that was worth more. So yeah, if you're inside, you have to worry about loot boat. Oh, speaking of baboon
you
hawks.
bastard.
If
Oh,
you're
there
in,
it is.
Where? Thank you.
You brought it back to us.
I know, how nice of him. We should recruit him. The company could use more great assets like that.
I know, right?
You know, if you had some sort of music playing from the ship, it would be easier to find it. That's true.
Yes,
But
but it would attract enemies.
It would attract giants and blind dogs. They do actually have a record player, like, for that reason. I guess it would be useful on, like, foggy maps, though, but it's like, it's getting to the factory that's tough. How many days we got left? One?
Yeah.
Alright, charge your flashlight. Let's go to assurance. Can you believe we have to go back to work tomorrow?
I don't want to.
I don't
I really
either.
don't
I was
want to.
I was thinking about it. I was thinking
leave
about that earlier and
Wednesday.
almost cried. Do what?
I leave Wednesday.
Wednesday. Oh,
So
to
I have, like,
for your trip.
Yeah.
Man, what are you gonna do for an entire however long you're gonna be there?
I don't know. I'm going to Alcatraz.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, one day until I get to meet
And-
my fiance quota. Well, as you saw last time she killed me, she can be a little spicy sometimes. Speaking of which, I never text that to you.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I created the
Ooh,
clip.
I'm being spicy?
No, quota.
Oh.
Like, I created the clip, but I didn't actually... Hang on. Share. Ah, no. What? What are you laughing at? There we go. Hello? Hello? What were you laughing at?
Oh, hi.
Hi.
A manticoil was rolling around like on the ground.
Oh, nice. Hey, I found the fire exit.
Sweet.
And a big axle here. Watch out.
It was aiming at your head.
Of course it was. Headshots only, bruv.
Alright. I think we should go. This would be kind of dangerous. Cookie.
Trying to get the power on, sorry. Let there be light.
Well, something went noise.
What noise?
I don't know.
Was it me turning on the power?
I think so. Maybe a bulkhead door opened or something?
Maybe. Where are you at?
I'm leaving.
Oh. What are you doing that for?
Because I don't trust myself not to get lost. I'm already lost.
No, hold on.
Are you alive?
I'm alive. I'm waiting
I'm
for it to
not
look
lost.
away.
I'm not lost. This way.
I just had to get past that turret.
I'm
Dead
gonna
end.
go put that engine back at the. I'm gonna go put that engine back in that ship.
Okay, it's a dead end anyways. Let's go.
Allez.
Who's Big Axel?
Big
He's
Axel? My ex.
he's Angry Joe's cousin. Wait, which of your exes is Big Axel?
That's a good question, actually.
Wow, I can't believe you
See
just
what I mean?
admitted. I can't believe that you just admitted that one of
See
your
what I
exes
mean?
was big. No, I don't see what you mean.
Oh, okay, never mind.
But you screwed up my joke,
Say,
so.
I didn't say that was what was big.
Well, let's see. Their ego, that could be like 3. Or 4.
Brain for none of them.
Alright, we have more than enough for quota.
Yeah, I think we're good.
So now you're fawning over Axel to get Joe as well. Well, that's the thing. I have to lure in Angry Joe with a false sense of security. I'm making him think that his family likes me. Oh, I forgot about this.
Oh, I see. You sent me the clip. I watched.
Dude, now you're fawning over Axel to get Joe as well. Well, that's the thing. I have to lure in Angry Joe
Wait,
with a false
why is the clip starting off where you're at?
I don't know. One second. I just love when Siri recommends your stream. It's like, yeah, that's great, but,
I'm not lying.
is she live? One second.
Oh well, I'll be watching this at work tomorrow anyway. So.
Here, let me try it this way.
Hold on. Da-da-da.
Report to the company building immediately to sell your scrap.
Oh,
metal
no,
and
yeah,
other
it's,
goods. You have 0 days left to meet the profit quota. You can use the terminal to route the autopilot to the company building.
Okay, yeah, try it there. Try that second one I
One more.
sent you. That opened for me. Oh no, yeah. No, yeah, that didn't work. Why is YouTube a barely functioning platform?
Shameless plug to go to Twitch. Anyway.
One more time. Hey, Twitch is worse. It won't even like load the clips so I can edit them.
It will. You just gotta be patient.
Yeah, patience is not my thingy.
I see.
Good lord, let me get to the one-handed items, please.
I took them all.
Boop. Boop.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not sell everything.
I know.
Let's just try that and see what we got.
Take it. Please.
Sir, take the stuff, please. Thank you. Gonna back up after last time. Nice. Let's just save the rest.
Huh? Mama?
Oh, that was way too much.
What was it?
It was
Oh, it was only 130? Oops.
Yeah, we stacked way
Thought
too
it was
much
like
up there.
230.
All right, I will start the ship so that you can get off, and I can go over to my parents' house and steal some more of their stuff.
E.
There's a computer desk that they have that I'm going to be picking up, so I can try and get like a smaller setup in the closet,
Oh, nice.
so I can go back to recording, because it will not work in this room. I tested it. It will sound jarring.
Oh, I'm
Yay, overtime bonus.
okay.
All right, well, thanks for
Goodbye.
playing.
Thank you for inviting me.
All right,
Bye, chat.
later.
Bye, Gauges.
All right, let me also quit, then switch back to the stream scene with Shrimp. Let me move my Shrimp back up here. Nice, nice. And resume the music. I gotta be real with you, Shrimp. We can all aspire to get a fiance who can snap you in half with ease, but when you have to put in this much work just for her sake, it's not worth it. You gotta let quota go. You're right, man. You're right. Well, anyways, thank you guys for stopping by, especially for the interview section. That made that much more tolerable. I did get some decent notes in there, but nothing really crazy. I appreciate you all, and I will probably see you next week for probably just another chill stream. I don't know yet. But, yeah. I will see you then.